such an amazing opportunity. Also, I'd like to highlight that you've been very intentional with first of all, the location and the different speakers who we've had the opportunity to listen to. So thank you very much. And yeah, we are group one. Our professor is Professor Wakina Kelbesa from Ethiopia. He has been amazing throughout the process. And yeah, we're excited to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maggie Lowilla. I am South Sudanese. I am a peace and security researcher, and I guess an indigenous knowledge researcher now. And I echo everything Bridget has said. Thank you all. Very happy to be here.
Bonjour. This is my first time to speak French. So I'm excited to be here in Benin. My name is Primrose. I'm from Zimbabwe. Professionally, I'm a clean energy and climate change officer working with communities in the rural part of Zimbabwe. Thank you, Kodesha and Mastercard Foundation. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Good morning. My name is Ugunadi Charles Chokode. I'm a researcher from Makerere University, Uganda, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Marsha from Ethiopia, University of Bahardar. First of all, I would like to address special thanks for Kondosere and Mastercard Foundation, as well as I would like to say thank you for the fellows and colleagues and the staff worker of Kondosere. Thank you.
Good morning, bonjour. I am Franklin Namanya. I am an evaluator from Uganda. Much has been said, but a special note from me is to Codestria. I was supposed to be part of the first cohort, but I got a message when I was just out of theater. And I feel so privileged that I was allowed a chance to be part of the second cohort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. Team Uganda, Team Ethiopia, Team Zimbabwe, and Southern Sudan. So I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to present.
Good morning, all. We are the research team from under the mentorship of Professor Kelbasa Wakina, and we are working on the topic from knowledge to action, harnessing indigenous knowledge system for resilient communities and sustainable development in Africa. So in the course of our research and the group review, we noticed that we are people from a group from 9 countries. And from those 9 countries, we have from 6 countries, we are a group of 9 fellows from 6 countries. And we have different topics. And each of our topic have practical knowledge. What we are saying is that the major idea that our group wants to explore is that indigenous knowledge is a practical knowledge. It is a knowledge that should inform action and not just a theoretical conceptualization of ideas, but a lived reality of the indigenous people that the knowledge talks about. So from this group, we have 2 fellows from South Africa, and they are looking at water scarcity as a challenge and how indigenous knowledge system helps to address the issues of water scarcity. And again, we have people from Zimbabwe that looked at climate and energy resilience. And at the same time, from Uganda, we have the idea of Ubuntu, the philosophy of Ubuntu, which should be a praxis and not just a theory. And from the Ubuntu idea, we've been able to examine how the Africans see communal living the idea that humanity is relational and not just individualistic, as the Western world have conceived personhood and human relationality. So in that context also, Ubuntu philosophy shows that the African way and conception of reality entails that reality is about relationality. Again, from Ethiopia, we have a veterinary doctor who is looking at ethno-veterinary medicines as a alternative solution to the orthodox medicine, where he's trying to see how do cows, heifers that takes time to reach the age of puberty and reproduction, how could botanical and herbal leaves like aloe vera be an alternative to this particular challenge? And he's looking at how these knowledges can lead to a more increased production, especially for small-scaled farmers whose cow find it difficult to conceive after 36 months of life. And again, from Nigeria, we looked at Ewa Boy, an indigenous entrepreneurship system where a man could pick a young man from the village, and he learns the trade under the man for like 7 years. And at the end of the day, the man opens another business for him where he begins to create and make money, which is a form of indigenous entrepreneurship and enterprise creation in Igbo land, which also many people have said that it has stand the test of time, and it has created more enterprises in Nigeria than any other form of Western education enterprise. However, this institute has come under state regulatory framework in 2025. So we are also looking at what are the implications of states coming to regulate an indigenous knowledge that have operated outside the state regulatory framework. So this is the second. And from South Sudan, we begin to look at indigenous concept of justice, where the South Sudanese, from the fellow, she was able to show that war does not end in the battlefield, that it lives in the memory of the people and is transmitted from generation to generation. And if that is the case, it also means that justice can be transmitted from generation to generation. And she's looking out how indigenous conception of justice can guide or lead Africans into an understanding of justice beyond just retributive justice, but a justice that brings people together into a table, and they could discuss and find out the challenges they have, their weaknesses, and a truth and a reconciliation committee. So these are the basic six summation with which you can sum our indigenous knowledge project each and every one of us is about to explore here. And having said that, we could say that from what we've said so far, we've given a kind of a rundown of all the major projects we are trying to do. And the question is now, what does our review reveal? The review we did have revealed one important factor, that each of us is talking about a contextually grounded knowledge. Every member of this group noticed and observes the fact that the knowledge we are talking about are specific to a context, and for a proper understanding of that knowledge, we must put in consideration the context from which it is being produced. And this contextually grounded means that African realities and challenges are relative or are real in the African context with which they are from. And we can move this problem, we can discuss these issues and the knowledge that will solve them within that context. And also another major thing that stood out is that our knowledge is community-centered, in the sense that we recognize that the indigenous people of the state or the area are potent knowledge keepers. And if they are potent knowledge keepers, their experiences count as knowledge. And if their experiences count as knowledge, it means also that we should take in cognizance their lived experiences, their views when we are doing our research. Another thing that stood out is also interdisciplinarity, in the sense that all of us are coming from different disciplinary background. And you could see a veterinary doctor, you could see a sociologist, and the rest of them. From all this interdisciplinary view to the problem, then we can see that we are having a more balanced and nuanced understanding of indigenous knowledge beyond a particular disciplinary silo. Again, it is future-oriented. What we are doing today, we are also trying to preserve an indigenous knowledge, document it for the purpose of the future. In as much as it is informing action today, we are also looking at tomorrow, because if we leave this knowledge and there is epistemic erosion, then the next generation may not be able to know about this. So these are one of the things that stands out. But the most importantly, what stood out in our research is that it is impact driven. Every one of us is talking about something that is practical. From the animal in the farm, we are talking of using aloe vera as a means also to solve the problem of unproductivity in animals like cows. We are talking of indigenous entrepreneurship system, as we know that Africa have the youngest population in the world. Yet this population is majorly unemployed or underemployed, which means indigenous entrepreneurship can stand in as a possible solution to the problem of unemployment. And again, the climate change challenges and women issues cannot be undermined when we are looking at a feminist perspective in the issues that affect women and the climate. We begin to also see that ideas like ecofeminism may come in to help our discussion. So these are impact-driven discussions that we are bringing to the table in this group. So this is one of the things that stood out in our group. Again, we found out that also there is a places we can strengthen our work, and the idea of grounding the work more on indigenous reality. And this grounding also entails that, just like we saw at the sacred forest, that like I will give an example, the Igbo conception of the deity of thunder, like Amadioha, and even the Yoruba conception of the deity of thunder, like Sango, is particularly male-dominated. But we could see at the sacred forest that they have a conception of this same deity as a woman and a man, while the female deity of thunder is in charge of lightning, the male is in charge of the sound, the thunder. So this also entails that we should ground our discussions on real African conception of reality, our ontology and cosmology. If the gods of thunder have a goddess and a god, one is in charge of lightning and the other of sound, it means that it brings a balanced and a gender perspective into the discussion. And this also is very important, because if we also recognize the deity or the feminine and the masculine energy of deity, it also brings a nuance, because the whole idea of feminism is about equality. So this idea brings equality to the table. However, it shows that the both genders are different. One is in charge of sound, the other of lightning. So we should be able to complement each other. This brings a contest, the groundedness. And again, also, we can co-produce. As we listen, we see that there is need for co-production, that we can bring in societies. And also, from the idea also, we are trying to say that we should protect this knowledge. We should protect this knowledge, because the protection we are talking about, most of our discussions can lead to state policy, but we are also cautious. Our group came to the conclusion that in as much as everyone, we are talking of policy brief, bringing in policy, we should also be cautious when we are talking of policy, because when an indigenous system that have operated outside the state regulatory framework comes in contact with state regulatory framework, it opens up a new avenue of opportunities and also tension. So we should be conscious of this tension and the challenges that may occur as a result, because when these policies are being implemented on an indigenous knowledge without taking serious the context and the indigenous people and the indigenous philosophy, like the speaker yesterday talked about ontology, which is the conception of reality of a people. If you don't take the way they conceive reality and you impose a policy on them that is not generated from the context, it may miss or undermine the knowledge, which may lead to what some scholars have termed epistemicide. So we are also saying that we should be able to protect it and also focus. We are talking of focus. Let's focus indigenous knowledge on the context of the people. So from there, we say that that the four themes that also preserve this whole thing, which we've talked about, is preserve. We need to preserve our knowledge. And also we need to apply it. How do we apply it? Now we are talking of from knowledge to action. Having gotten this knowledge, how do you apply it? Having developed this knowledge, what impact does it make in the society? It shouldn't be an idea that is limited to theories. We are talking from our group centers on from knowledge to action, that knowledge should inform action. And if knowledge is informing action, how do this indigenous knowledge that we study, how can it influence action within our immediate environment? And at the same time, also, as we are talking of co-production, it means that the citizens or the indigenous people are part of the journey that we are undertaking. And if they are part of the journey we are undertaking, it means that we will be working side by side with them, and that they are also co-producers of this knowledge. And if they are co-producers, it means that they will benefit and imbibe what we have been able to produce. So any knowledge we produce that is not context specific, or that does not take cognizance of the context, the people living it may not be able to adapt to it. So these are the major themes that connect our study. And we are talking of from knowledge to action also. We've talked about it. And also one of the things we are looking at is, one important thing we are looking at is that in our group, having said what we've said, we are looking at decolonizing knowledge. And how do we decolonize this knowledge? We've been able to say that the 9 of us could work together in a collaborative work, which entails a comparative study of African realities. And when we are doing this comparative study, we are not trying to say that we are not recognizing the context, but we are recognizing the context, but we can compare different contexts and see similarities and differences. Just like I mentioned about the thunder goddess and God in this conception, when we begin to compare and contrast these ideas through collaborative working, then we are opening up a new paradigm of thinking, a new paradigm of knowledge, which Thomas Kuhn called a kind of a paradigm shift, where we shift from an emphasis on a particular conception of knowledge. Because as we keep talking about sciences, every discipline, according to Kuhn, starts with some pre-given concept or principles that they believe is a given. Now, when we come also to indigenous knowledge and we begin to examine it from our own conception of reality of co-production, ontology, how do these people understand being and existence, and the epistemology, that the indigenous people are also legitimate sources of knowledge, then we are changing the paradigm. And over time, as we keep reproducing, we are coming from different parts of Africa. Each and every one of us go back home with this message and begin to compare and contrast. Over time, we will have a paradigm shift, a knowledge that has its own framework and other things. So with this, also we are looking at IK keepers as well, and the policy and practice, which we have also mentioned, and from recognition to action. If we can institutionalize these knowledges from an African perspective, how do we institutionalize? The institutions must bear in mind the intergenerational nature of this knowledge, and also we should be innovative, and the knowledge hubs that we are creating should be innovative and try to bring the African knowledge into the system. These are the issues we've looked at, and these are the discussion we've had. But however, I understand that this you should know that at this stage, we are still doing the work in progress. We are here barely for a few days, and our meeting has not taken time to have much of our conversation, but it's a work in progress, and there are areas for improvement, and we also want to learn from you, the input you will do as we go back and continue working. By the end of the 7 months, we believe that this group will continue working together as we keep advancing the frontiers of indigenous knowledge and keep learning from each other. We are open to your suggestions, your disagreements, and reservations on our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? He has taken exactly 15 minutes. That is so good. That is so good. He has presented within the given time. Pardon? Small time. Long time. Yeah, I was worried. He would go beyond the 15 minutes. I was almost giving him a notice. So I wish to take this opportunity to invite the audience for comments and for questions. I'll begin with the first 5 comments and questions. The lady, people are used to saying the sister in white. I'll say the lady in white. Then second, Professor Sesante. Third, fourth at the back. The fourth one, the gentleman in purple. Then the last one, is it green, purple, green, right at the back. So let us have the 5. We begin with the lady in white.
Bonjour. OK. Bonjour à tout le monde. J'espère que vous allez bien. Je tiens déjà à féliciter le groupe pour la présentation. Je sais que ce n'est pas facile de parler devant les gens. Alors, j'ai remarque et questions. Ma première remarque, c'est que en présentant notre cher collaborateur, disait toujours, on a essayé. J'aimerais dire, c'est pas le terme approprié, vous n'avez pas essayé, vous avez fait un travail scientifique. Donc déjà, il faut montrer que vous êtes fier de ce que vous avez fait. Ça, c'est la première remarque que je vais faire. Ensuite, il a présenté les différents thèmes, les différentes thématiques de chaque personne en disant, OK, tel a fait ceci, tel a fait cela. Mais dans quel thème, si je peux dire, quel est le thème central? Qu'est-ce qui vous lie ensemble? Tous ces thèmes, ils renvoient à quoi? Est-ce que quand on les met ensemble, ça renvoie à une seule, je ne sais pas si je vais dire une seule thématique ou bien, mais vraiment, quel est le lien entre vos différents sujets, voilà, vos différentes présentations. Et le troisième point, vous avez parlé d'institutionnaliser. Je sais que le fait d'institutionnaliser, c'est rendre une pratique formelle. Est-ce que vous avez la capacité de rendre tout ce que vous allez trouver formel ou c'est à l'État de le faire? Ça, c'est ma préoccupation. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Professor Sesante.
Thank you very much. Just quickly want to say that I observed interestingly the presenter saying in the beginning that these wars do not end in the battlefield, but they end in memories. You see, that's a very important observation, but there's something even more important than that. That being that we must always understand that the mind is the first battlefield. We must not distinguish between the physical battlefield and the mental battlefield. You know, Amy Cisse, or was it Biko, who said that the most potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So we must get that right, that our battle, in fact, did not begin in the physical battlefield. It began with our minds. And that is where, again, it is. And that is why we are here today. And that we've got to understand that what we are involved in is not a mere academic exercise. It is a political exercise. It is a revolutionary exercise. It is an exercise that is rooted in Pan-Africanism. We've got to get that right. The last point that I want to make is that I've been hearing this throughout since we began. We keep on speaking about Eurocentrism, this and that, and many theoretical frameworks. But I'm yet to hear any fellow making reference to Afrocentricity, a theory that specifically addresses issues that have got to do with African history, African culture, African everything. And again, that is a clear introduction. I mean, that is a clear indication of how alienated we are from ourselves. There's a quest to be ourselves and be centered, and yet there's a reality that we're alienated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thad, your neighbor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Faisal Garba. I think this is a brilliant kind of synthesis of different individual projects. So I just have one or two brief comments. So the first is around the specificities, the context that you spoke about, to say that indigenous knowledge is rooted in place, right? And that one of the things your group hopes to do is at a certain point to engage in some kind of a comparative work that looks at the individual research that you're interested in. My suggestion is even at the level of the individual research, you have to already begin to think of other contexts. You see, one of the lasting legacies of kind of colonial knowledge production is the idea that African societies are self-contained, right? So you talk about the Igbo system apprenticeship, which is true, but you find similar practices, say, among the Kwewu in Ghana, right? So the apprenticeship system is something that you find across the African continent, but also beyond. So how do you pick that, as emblematic of the way in which ideas flow on the continent, and therefore how one can reconstruct them as a way of thinking anew going forward? Now, the final point which relates to this is therefore the need to kind of reconstruct and trace the history of what we are looking at, right? Then we begin to see the connection between what we may think is only present in one place and processes that happen in other places. And therefore, this Pan-Africanist impulse in terms of how we produce knowledge becomes central, right? Because there's nothing different if we think of colonial anthropology that says, African societies are self-contained and their knowledge is rooted in place. There's nothing different from that if we also repeat the fact that we're only looking at knowledge that is place-based, right? But we look at these processes of transmission, these connections, both at the level of political systems, economic relationships, but also ideas of medicine and the body, right? So that the particular links us to the broad, and from the broad we can come back to the particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Thoughts? Yes. Go ahead.
Non. Bon, bonjour. Moi, la plupart de mes questions ont été déjà prises en compte par Hélène, mais néanmoins, je tiens à poser une seule question. D'abord, je les félicite pour leur présentation, c'était excellente. Et ma question est celle-ci. Dans la présentation, il parlait de l'implication de la femme et de l'homme dans les savoirs endogènes. Bon, je ne comprends pas bien ce qu'il veut dire par là. Peut-être je suis en train de faire une erreur. Il va essayer de me corriger. Mais cette question, généralement, je pense que nous prenons cette question du mauvais côté. Parce qu'il y a souvent des savoirs qui, bon, si je vais tenir compte des cultures, voilà, des cultures, de nos cultures endogènes. Il y a de ces cultures où c'est la femme qui est, c'est-à-dire la grande représentante, celle qui détient les secrets de ces cultures-là. Mais néanmoins, la femme n'a pas certaine autorité sur ces cultures, malgré le fait qu'elle détient les secrets ou bien les identités de ces cultures, elle n'a pas le monopole sur le fonctionnement de la culture. Donc, est-ce qu'il faut brusquement changer le dogme ou bien il faut chercher à comprendre quelles sont les raisons qui font à ce que, malgré le fait que la femme détient les secrets de ces cultures, n'a pas le monopole sur la façon dont ces cultures doivent fonctionner. Donc, vous allez m'éclairer un peu sur ça. Merci.
Oh, thank you. The last question at the back.
Thank you very much. My question has to do with, thank you so much for your presentation, by the way. I was particularly interested in the project that tried to conceptualize indigenous justice as something that can be transmitted across generations with the South Sudan example. And I mean, given that justice and trauma, I say trauma because you also sort of compared the intergenerational reality of trauma, being something that can be passed down from one generation to the other. You sort of compared that to the reality of indigenous justice system. And I think that these are two different kinds of phenomena, justice and trauma. And I'm sort of wondering exactly what you understand to be the transmission of indigenous justice system. What aspect of it are you looking at? Is it the values, the knowledge, practices, memory, or a particular worldview about justice? And methodologically, we have just 7 months to conclude our research. So how do you intend to demonstrate transmission across generations? Because I think a simpler method or a simpler objective would probably be to identify similarities in how generations understand and practice justice. Also, what would count as evidence that transmission has actually occurred? Do you have an idea of what element or what quality or value would be evidence that yes, indigenous justice has been transmitted across the generations that you're studying? I hope I didn't get your proposal out of context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have responses for the 5 questions.
Okay, thank you all for, first of all, listening to us and for your questions. I will go ahead to respond to just one and then give the rest of the team an opportunity to also respond. There's a gentleman who asked about women and men in indigenous knowledge systems, and he mentioned how there's monopoly and how we all know and we are aware that women actually are the real knowledge holders. They're the ones that even go on to transmit this indigenous knowledge onto their generations, children, and from generation to generation. So how do we move past this, or how do we tackle or even come to an understanding that we need to, have a solution towards this? Already, I want to appreciate our previous speakers who have been, even from yesterday, who did mention that it's our responsibility as researchers to first of all create like awareness, sensitization, and bring to these communities that we're going to carry out research in, first of all, to make them aware that women hold a very big responsibility and a viable sort of space in society. In as much as we come from patriarchal communities, we need to also sensitize them, just tell them the truth. Say, look here, yes, the man holds a higher position, he has contributions he makes, but at the same time, the woman also holds a very, very viable and strong responsibility in the community. So it's our responsibility as researchers to first off make them aware, create that space where we say, look, this is what it looks like, but this is what the reality is. And then just create that safe space and sort of like an understanding to help them understand that, yes, these are our mothers, our sisters, our friends, and we all want what's best for us. Because there's even a saying, when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So, and I believe we all have been impacted by our mothers in some way or another. So it's just our responsibility. And in as much as it's not going to be an easy thing to do, I believe we have the power and the responsibility to go ahead to just create that safe space and just benefit from each other in such a way. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, so I will respond to the question on justice. which is very challenging. First of all, thank you for your question. I think it's really helped me think through some things. Being here for the last week has challenged a lot of what I was thinking through in terms of my methodology and my questions. I've had some conversations with some people in here that has put me in a place where I am going to have to reflect on some things. Initially, I was not thinking about the link between justice and trauma very explicitly. I was more looking at what people within the community conceptualize as justice and what values and practices underpin that understanding. So in terms of transmission, I really haven't thought about it that deeply, but I do look forward to having a deeper conversation with you, and perhaps you can guide me through it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I will just add to what Bridget has already answered to briefly. She mentioned that women are the main holders for indigenous knowledge systems. So one of the main things which we noticed as a group is that we are all working towards the preservation of indigenous knowledge systems. So in many communities, we realized that women are mainly the ones who are affected by the climate change. If you want to fetch water, usually in our cultural homes, it's the responsibility of a woman. Looking for firewood is the responsibility of women. So now we are looking at the effects of climate change, and we are saying women are the most affected. They're the ones taking care of children. So now let's also make women as our key respondents towards this indigenous knowledge system research. We know in many communities, usually the culture was men are the main decision makers, but now women are also mostly affected by climate change. So let's put the voice of women also into this solution for climate change. Now the world is realizing that indigenous knowledge system is actually one of the most factors towards the solution of climate change adaptation. So we are integrating indigenous knowledge system to manage natural resources in communities, natural resources such as forests, rivers, wetlands, just to mention a few. They are now being conserved using the indigenous knowledge system. Thank you.
Thank you. Oftentimes, as a young evaluator and researcher growing up, I was told that whatever gets documented will one day get used. Someone will pick it from the shelf. This is where I come from to address the question of the person that asked about institutionalization. Institutionalization does not happen in a short time, but I believe the movement we have started is timely. It will take time, but while we all put in writing the findings of our studies, let us be cognizant of the fact that whatever you have put in writing, one day, it doesn't matter how long, will be picked from the shelf and can inform policy. Yes, I take it seriously, and every time when I'm doing my research, I make sure that I take things as serious as I can. So how we envision institutionalization, right now, we will not really give you a direct answer for that, but we can promise that we will do the work in the rightful ways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll respond to the first question on what is the central topic. We said our central topic basically can be seen as a move from knowledge to action. So all the topics we've explored have practical implications, and they can also lead to policy. So think of it as a praxis, something you can do, something that is doable, you know. And again, I want to thank Prof for reminding us that the battlefield is in the mind, because in as much as we've been able to understand the idea of trauma and memory, but the idea that the battle really starts from the mind is quite interesting. And having been here for the past a few days ago, our mind has been also tickled in some ways, and we've gotten ideas that challenge our training, academic training so far. And even me personally, yesterday I was in my room and I'm like, I'm seeing my two of my ideas, like my philosophies and my principle, fighting with ideas here. And I'm watching the fight and I'm like, okay, both of you can fight while I look. And at the end of the day, I will go on the side of the winner. But for now, the fight is going on, and we are also exposing our mind to new knowledge and new books, reading to see who wins the fight. Thank you, sir, for that commendation. And also the idea to compare our start from this early stage to look at other contests has also opened my eyes that we shouldn't limit ourselves till the end before we start comparing. We should also be able to learn from other societies. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question and recommendation. But as I understand, I think it is better to take the two of gentle professors raised as a recommendation. We should take it just as a group. But when it comes to one question which is raised by one woman, of course, you know, we nine of have different themes, concept notes, but the indigenous knowledge, you know, we have to understand what the basic role of indigenous knowledge in Africa. So we try to summarize as one common sense, because indigenous knowledge is a rooted knowledge in the community, and that will be from herbal, that will be from the justice, that will be from, you know, some another things as well. But when we summarized as a presentation, just we have to have a common sense as a resource. So that should we take this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the responses. I wish to take 5 more as we conclude. It's time. So those who still have questions, kindly you will engage Team Professor Kelbesa later. So I wish to take this opportunity, okay, to you join me in appreciating them. They've done a wonderful job, isn't it? Okay, so we engage them later as I invite Team Dr. Santa.
Before, 1 second, please. So please stay here for 1 second. I just wanted to say something. First of all, let me acknowledge the presence among us of Professor Kofi Anido. He will be our keynote speaker tomorrow for the closing session, so we'll get to know him more for those of you who don't know him. So before you leave, since you are the first group, we have something for you. And for to give it to you, I would like to invite Dr. Murunga to come and present the gift that we have for you.
I can assure you I didn't know about this. But you can thank me anyway. I think that I think that my colleagues have a small present for you that we're pretending that we are giving you presents, but actually we are advertising ourselves in your homes. So I think I should start with the chair of the session, no? Whom do I start with? The chair of the session. I think you should, the camera is nicer on that side. Should we? Okay. So maybe you want to show everyone what this nice present is so that we don't welcome. Can we? Yes, please. Walk in, Prof. Yes. Don't worry about the color. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think they need to see the, yeah. And I guess the most important part, it has a Codesria logo there for you. So we need to advertise ourselves. Thank you. Thank you. The presenter. Thanks, Prof. Thanks again. This is for Charles. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And I think that for Charles, we even personalized it, so nobody can steal. I know there are no thieves in your country, but it's... Do you know? She has a meeting somewhere. We are going to surcharge her. We can find opportunity to present later on. Maggie, please. Welcome. And I know it. I know it's a long journey from Juba, so remind everybody in Juba that you are here and there is something called Codesria. Bridget. There you are. Thank you. Do you want to show them? You can choose not to show. There just might be a danger that it's empty. Maisha? Thank you. Namanya? There you are. I think she wants to show. And we are very excited that we were able to hold her positions from the first cohort. So it's very important to us that you are here. Thank you. Primrose. There you are. Thank you very much. Uh, I'm beginning to suspect there was a leakage. Thank you. Botle, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, you can discharge me. Please come on the side. There you are. You greet me first, don't. You're very welcome. Here you are. I'm hoping that it will match somewhere. I'm very sure there was a leakage, eh? Very, very sure. No, thank you very much. I hope that you advertise us all the time. Thank you. Ayemi, okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we appreciate Codestria for the beautiful presents that match our colors, whatever we are dressing and all that? I think there was a leakage. So thank you very much. And I wish to invite, I wish to invite team Dr. Priscilla to come on stage.
Just before they leave, we need a group photo. Just for you with your mentor, without Codesria interfering or intruding, but you can feel free to Photoshop me into the picture. Please. So some of you can remain there and some can. And create space for the mentor. As a team Centau prepares to come, please feel free to start coming up. Thank you very much. The next team, please. I guess what Ayemi is saying that is going to be a drill that we are going to go through for the day. So who is chairing? Lucy, you're chairing.
Team Dr. Centau, kindly. Can sit here. With me. So the team is here. In the interest of time, they will begin by introducing themselves. We begin from here.
Okay, hello. My name is Richmond Arthur. I'm a researcher and a lecturer at the University of Health and Allied Sciences in Ghana. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Chepchumba. I'm a lecturer and a researcher from University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
All right, good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. My name is Gifty Boahima Apia from Ghana. I am a development practitioner. Thank you.
I'm Hamis Jeremiah Kasim from Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lois Nduku from Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Daisy Cherono Bore. I'm a nurse from Kenya.
Hello, good morning. My name is Doris Annabelle Safoa. I am a legal scholar and very particular about alternative dispute resolution. I'm currently at the Ghana School of Law representing Ghana.
Good morning. I'm Jerotich Faith from Kenya. I would like to thank Codestria and MasterCard for this opportunity. I'm also a sign language interpreter and working as a coordinator in Red Cross Society. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Caroline Chelimo Bor. I'm an architect from Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Brian Bartai. I'm a student nurse from Kenya.
This is Team Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. I'm sure the Ghanaians, by the end of this session, you'll have learned some Swahili. So I wish to take this opportunity to invite the presenter for the day. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I will just make a brief introduction before I welcome Arthur, who will take us over the presentation. So as previously said, this is a multidisciplinary team comprising of a group from law. We also have a group from medicine, and then the last one, inbuilt issues of building and architect and etc. So it comprises of a team from Kenya, which is the majority, who are the majority, followed by Tanzania, and lastly, we have a team from Ghana. So I welcome Arthur to come and take us through the presentation. Thank you. Okay, before we proceed, there is something. Our team, our title is called Sankofa. Sankofa is the title that you have given to our presentation, and it means go back and take it. So we are going back to take it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here to share our work. And in this our plenary presentation, we were given some marching orders by Codicera. And so the plenary presentation will be based on the marching orders that were given by Codicera. And so we're tasked to do a peer review of our concept. And in assessing the concept, we're tasked to look for the strengths and the weaknesses in the work, and then look for potential areas of collaboration. And then also, at the end of the day, try to come together with some sort of a policy drive that we will work together. And so as a group, as we looked at our work, we came to understand that we are all going back and take, and that's how come we decide to christen our plenary presentation, the Sankofa Circle. Sankofa is an Akan concept, which means to go back and take. And okay, so as we've already introduced ourselves, we are mentored by Dr. Priscilla Santao from Kenya, and that's a beautiful picture you can see. And we christened, after analyzing our concept note, realized that we can group them into three. And so the colors are coded for the three groupings that we had. And so we had a group that are looking at something on conflict resolution, refugee, and so we christened it as something on law. And then we have another group, which is the red color, and then the blue color there talks about the health science, and then the brown color looks at built environment. And so we begin with the law group. And so we had two different concepts in that aspect. And one was looking at integrating the indigenous knowledge systems in refugee education in Tanzania, and another was looking at the role of women in traditional conflict resolution in Ghana. And so in assessing the groups, one of the things we realized was that the strength was that all of them are examining how the indigenous knowledge systems can be integrated into refugee education. The first one, which is the refugee education, was how we can integrate indigenous knowledge systems in refugee education, and then to promote empowerment and resilience among leaders in the Nyaruguzu refugee camp. And then the one looking at the role of women in traditional conflict resolution was looking at how to document and analyze the specific roles of women in indigenous conflict resolution, and then also to generate actionable recommendations for community leaders and mediators and policymakers on integrating women's role in intercultural legitimate peace building strategies. And the output for the refugee assessment was to look at a proposed refugee integration curriculum blog post. And the one on conflict resolution was looking at how a book can come out of it to try to look at the role of women in indigenous conflict resolution, and also try to get a peer-reviewed journal from it. And we looked at the strength of the concept, and we saw that they were timely and relevant, and they were measurable and achievable, looking at the timeline that we've been given. And they had their strong methodology, and they tend to use ethnography and mixed method research. But the weakness we saw was that some also had a broad title, and based on the timing that we have, they may have issues with doing that work. We realized that they were broad title, and so it does not speak directly to a target group. And we saw again in the concept that we analyzed that there were no provision for stakeholder engagement, and we realized that there were some that may have a possible gender bias in their data collection based on the way they were doing the work. And then we realized also that they had a broad scope, which we saw that could be a weakness of the work. And we recommended that they could edit and refine their titles so that it can be content specific. They can consider more output methods of knowledge dissemination, because we realize that, okay, at the end of the day, when you get the knowledge, how are you disseminating the knowledge? What would the IK keepers get from the knowledge they have given you? We realized we didn't see them in their work, so we recommended they could add it. And then we saw that, okay, based on their shared background, they could have some collaborations. And so we realized that they could protect the way they are doing their work, and because of their knowledge in law, they could help protect indigenous intellectual property, and they could also advance policy reforms, and they can also support cultural preservation. And these were the collaboration we saw from the concept that we're looking at law. And then we moved on to the concept that was looking at health. And so for the health, we had 4 groups that were working on health. And what we did was that we looked at the concept note, and we looked at the ones that are looking at a central theme. And so we saw that there was a first group that were looking at a central theme, one from Kenya, one from Ghana. And so the Kenyan one was trying to revive indigenous postpartum care practices in the Machakos County, which is in Kenya. And then the one from Ghana was looking at indigenous knowledge systems, women care economies, and the decolonization of reproductive well-being in 2 peri-urban communities in Ghana. And again, based on what we're looking at, we looked at the objective of their work, and the reviving indigenous postpartum practices, looked at documenting the indigenous postpartum care, and also they also looked at how they can examine the indigenous postpartum knowledge and how those knowledges are transmitted based on the work they are doing. And they also wanted to develop evidence-based recommendation for policy and practice. And then the other one looking at the indigenous knowledge in women well-being, and that wants to examine the indigenous knowledge systems and women's care economy and how they contribute to reproductive well-being, and then also to explore the implications of more inclusive reproductive health policy and practice. And the output of the work, the first one on postpartum, was to give a postpartum care report, and also based on the report, look at how they can help in training the traditional birth attendants. And then for the beyond the clinics and reproductive health in women, it wants to look at a peer-reviewed journal and also try to bring out a policy brief. And we looked at the strength, and we saw that they all had a strong methodology, they had clear objectives, they all acknowledged traditional birth attendants as key knowledge keepers for their work, and then they also had strong biomedical grounding.
And the weakness was that we realized that some of them had a broad scope of work, which may not be able to be achieved based on the timeline that had been given. And in the recommendation, we said that they should narrow their geographic and methodological scope. And then the areas of collaboration, we saw that they could have a joint policy brief since they are all looking at reproductive health. And then also they could also come with a peer review journal. And then the other group was looking at how to look at the indigenous knowledge in neurological disorders. So one from Ghana is looking at both neurological and neurodegenerative disorders, and the other from Kenya was centering on epilepsy. And so we saw that all of them, they had a systematic documentation of, documentation of their indigenous healing practice that we were going to look at. And then the other was also going to look at exploring the ways of managing epilepsy. And in coming out, one is trying to look at a digital repository where this knowledge can be placed and then they can be preserved. And then the other was looking at a policy brief and bringing out an indigenous epilepsy toolkit. And so we saw that they had a clear structure and it was coherent. Their concept was well aligned and had a good objective and output. But then the weaknesses was that there was unclear methodology with respect to the epilepsy work, as in how, which indigenous knowledge or which indigenous practice was he looking at in epilepsy. And then the proposed toolkit that should be done, we realized that validating and then looking at stakeholder engagement may not be able to happen based on the timeline. And then the last group was looking at, in fact, the recommendation, we recommended that they can have a clear, defined scope, and we saw that they can collaborate in looking at how neurological disorders, especially epilepsy, is managed indigenously based in Ghana and in Kenya, since both of them are going to look at that in their work. So they can have a possible collaboration in that. And then we moved on to the last bit, which was looking at built environment. The first one was looking at the way site soil can be used in contemporary built environment. So site soil is a plant which is botanically called the Acacia cisalina. And so she is looking at how that site soil can be used in contemporary building. And then the other was looking at using indigenous knowledge in spatial planning in a village in Kenya. So we saw that they are all having a very good methodology, and then they have identified indigenous ways that can be used in built environment. And their outputs, the other was trying to bring site soil in architecture and then architecture work, and the other was also trying to propose a spatial plan for the Raila village. And so we saw that there were some weaknesses in their work, especially with their way they wanted to bring their research output. We saw that they were unconventional. However, they were novel and they could go out with it, but however, they will have issues because it is new. And then we saw that they can collaborate in the potential of site soil in urban renewal of Raila village. Since one was looking at spatial rearrangement and the other was looking at site soil, we saw that, okay, in rebuilding a village, we can use site soil in helping that. And so that is one of the ways we saw they could collaborate. And we said that in future, they can also collaborate in bringing something like a research hub where one is looking at site soil, in building, the other is looking at spatial replanning. Thank you very much, and we are grateful.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the team? 6 questions or comments. This time I want to begin from the back. Any hands at the back? On the sides? Professor Kelbesa? Nguya? The gentleman in white? The lady in white, 4. 5th? Mushai? 6th, the last one. The lady here. So we are done. Is it burning? Is it a burning question or a comment? Okay, fine. So we'll have 7 quickly responses. We begin with the questions. So we begin with Professor Kelbesa. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I've enjoyed the presentation. It's very important to learn from our students, and I really enjoyed that. And I would like to encourage all of you to pursue your research and produce publishable works in the future. Now, the title of your presentation was Sankofa Circle. As you said, it is an Akan word, which means go back and take it. My question is, what is the role of reason here? You just go back and take whatever you find there. A Ghanaian professor, Kwame Jeche, criticized Sankofism. If you don't really use reason and critically approach what has been done by our forefathers and simply try to take all of them, that will turn out to be negative. So I just would like to know the role of reason, whether you are going to take everything you find or critically approach this and take something useful and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next here, the gentleman in white.
Well, thank you for the presentations. We really appreciate. I just want to know much on the areas of collaboration. Which area do you want to work on? Because in your presentation, it seems you have just generalized it. So if possible, I'm trying to request if you contextualize much on the areas of collaboration. Thank you.
The lady, yes.
Bonjour. Rebonjour. Une fois de plus, merci pour la présentation. Pendant la présentation, j'ai compris parmi les personnes devant, il y a une qui est dans le domaine juridique et j'ai cru comprendre qu'ils allaient intégrer les savoirs endogènes dans le système juridique. Si je me trompe, ils pourront corriger après. Mais la question que je veux poser, c'est comment intégrer ces connaissances-là. Par exemple, quelqu'un qui a volé et qui doit être condamné à la peine de prison. Si on prend le cas de la psychologie chez nous, on va te dire, OK, on va questionner son enfance, peut-être parce que dans son enfance, il n'a pas été accompagné par ses parents, il a développé des capacités, etc. Ou bien parce qu'il avait des prédispositions, parce que son papa était voleur compulsif, etc. Mais comment est-ce que dans le système juridique, vous allez venir prendre les savoirs pour expliquer qu'il a volé parce que, je ne sais pas, on lui a appris des choses dans... des savoirs autochtones, on lui a appris peut-être comment disparaître quand il finit de voler un cabri, je ne sais pas. Mais vraiment, j'aimerais comprendre ce côté-là. Merci.
Nguya?
Thank you for that presentation. That was really good. Very clear. The slides were delineated well. I got the sections immediately. You addressed immaculately. I have questions. What's in the epileptic toolkit? What does that look like? And just to encourage the architecture portion to fill our minds with the visuals of the plans and so on and so forth that you intend to do. These groups have got such potential for visual epistemologies. I'm curious to see what that turns out like, but good job, guys.
Mushai?
Thank you. And I guess my question is directed to any of them, any of the fellows who would want to respond. Looking at the proposals that you came in with at the beginning, I wonder if any of you could tell us what has radically changed in the 2 weeks you've been here based on a presentation you heard or a specific conversation in the group.
First from Oscar.
OK, merci beaucoup. Merci pour cette présentation. Je voulais m'adresser au groupe ou à celui qui travaille sur les plantes, ou je pense que c'est une dame, sur les plantes pour construire des maisons. Et donc, je voulais savoir quelle est actuellement la disponibilité de cette plante là où la personne veut travailler et quelles sont les utilisations actuelles de cette plante-là. Et ma dernière préoccupation concerne, à la fin, on veut vulgariser cela. Est-ce que la production de cette plante-là est beaucoup plus facile? Et comment vous pensez le faire? Merci.
Okay, thank you. We'll have responses. You can begin from here.
So I'll just attempt one, and my colleagues will continue from there. So I'm looking at Prof's issue with Sankofanism and reason. The point is that, yes, we are going back to take, but obviously we know that it's not everything that was done in the past that was good. It's the reason why, in fact, even the indigenous people themselves have come to realize that there were some of the things that were practiced that now they don't practice again. And so what we are trying to say is that, yes, we are going back to take, but we are going back with reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will attempt at least two questions very briefly. Number one was the question you asked, and what has radically changed on our work here. It's true. For the last, when I was coming, I think I was over ambitious, and I was, because I'm looking on how we can integrate indigenous knowledge on the curriculum of refugees. I'm working with the refugees in Nyarugusu camp, and I was so ambitious to come up with a curriculum. It's not easy to come up with a curriculum, but after this 5 days conversation or 6, I've seen that there are so many ways that this can be done. For example, issues of storytelling after classes, because there are some of the children who are born in the refugee camps. They have never been to Burundi. They have been born there, and they're in protected situation. And you can imagine, if you've been in a refugee camp, you can see the poverty there. You can see the way the hope that they have for the future. So it's all about ways whereby it's not all, we cannot wait for policy to come in, but I've known that there's ways that we can use, like storytelling after classes, and using our elders to incorporate this indigenous knowledge. So that is what I've seen, that it's not all about coming up with publications or what, but we can use the small things that we have in these refugee camps and incorporate and that knowledge for the future. That is one thing. And then another thing is the issue of there's a lady who asked in French, I think, the issue of dispute resolution, traditional dispute resolution. Traditional dispute resolution was there before even the modern means of resolving dispute. And in fact, one of the advantages of traditional ways of resolving dispute is that the winner wins small, and also the loser loses small. So there is no decision that this person has won or this person has lost. So the winner, it's under the principle, you win a little and you also lose a little, and it maintains the relationship of the parties. But in the current way of resolving dispute, after the case is over, you don't talk to your neighbor. You cannot talk to your neighbor again. In fact, you become total enemies. So now in law, we have come up with something called ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution. In fact, I don't agree with the word alternative dispute resolution because it is not a good terminology, but that is where we are going forward. We are going back to mediation. You can see so many companies, they say that we must resolve our dispute through mediation. What mediation was done in the past, mediation is whereby there is that third party called a mediator who helps to resolve the dispute amicably. Or you can go for arbitration. It depends with the nature of the dispute. So yes, it is true. Even now in criminal cases, we have come with something whereby you can negotiate. What is it called again in law? I forgot. There is a word they say, oh, plea bargaining. Yes, you bargain. You have killed somebody or you have committed a crime, but you plea and you bargain so they can reduce your terms. Now, before you go for divorce, you must go for conciliation and mediation. So it is coming in the legal practice and it is institutionalized. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your questions. I will attempt also add my voice to the question on what has radically changed for us as fellows. So personally, working within the NGO space, we are always used to having funds from donors and then going to the field to implement our activities. We just sit in the comfort of our offices and then draft activities and then look at in terms of logistics and all of that. We have our preconceived notions about how things should look like on the field and how the impact should look like. But one thing we fail to recognize is the fact that the communities also have their values, they have their vision, and they also have their ways of doing things, which is also a key component of indigenous knowledge. But we sit in the comfort of our offices and then do what we like, and then we go. But coming here and then listening to the conversations, the presentations around how communities value their indigenous knowledge and how we can also recognize the fact that we need to let indigenous knowledge and our modern forms of knowledges complement each other and not be in competition with one another. It's been a game changer for me. And again, for my organization, we do work around community-led development. So complementing that with what I've learned here under indigenous knowledge, it's been a real game changer. And I look forward, especially with my projects, I look forward to seeing how I can make a real impact, not just for them, but then with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will try to answer two questions. The first one was to be specific on the area of collaboration, and the other one is the toolkit. If you followed our presentation very well, you realize that one was coming from Ghana and another one from Tanzania. And the first person was looking on the total neurological disorder disease, and the other one was looking specifically on epilepsy. So we have realized that these people, they can collaborate on how is done or which medication is being used in Ghana can be also integrated into Tanzanian context. So that was first area of collaboration. Okay, another one probably will come up like with an article doing like a comparison between Ghana and Tanzania. So the second question that I will try to answer is for toolkit. And thank you very much. I followed also your presentation. You came with a certain kind of toolkit where you presented pictures and also other training materials. So this is what we are looking at, like is a toolkit, but combining the pictures, training material, and other stuff. Thank you. But as we have said, that is time consuming, and we'll try to look at it. Thank you.
I would want to respond to two. First, from Nguye on knowledge dissemination from the architectural background. We want to move from the conventional way of doing a plan and just a report. We are exploring doing a visual research atlas and also filmmaking within the architectural background. So that's some of the ways that we're exploring in terms of our knowledge dissemination. Again, on what has changed within the last 2 weeks, something that we've been discussing is on the methodologies that have been previously used based on our background of the built environment, of how plans have been made, how towns have been developed, what has influenced how these are developed, and how public participation is done on how people are involved in it, and questioning how do we really intend to apply now indigenous knowledge system of the people that are living within these cities. So that's something that's the methodological bit has been something that we've really been questioning and realigning, rewriting our concepts notes to capture that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to respond to areas of collaboration. I'm in the health sector, and one was from Ghana, looking at the reproductive health system. And my team, we are looking at the postpartum care. And we look at that We are going to look at these women after delivery. And now we are going to see from Kenya how they are being taken care of. And from Ghana, then we'll come up with an article, joint article. Thank you.
Okay, hello. So I would like to touch briefly on the role of indigenous knowledge in law. If I'm being honest, that is one thing that actually drew me towards this program, because if you look at our Ghanaian communities, you would realize that chieftaincy especially is very central in almost all of our communities. And what we have realized in law now is that there is a shift from the traditional, legal system, that is the common law legal system, to what has now come to be known as alternative dispute resolution. That, as my sister Belinda said, we already have an issue with the word alternative, because in our opinion, we believe that it is the original dispute resolution that is very particular to the African context. So in Ghana, what we're now doing alternative dispute resolution is that we have the courts have the mandate to refer some cases to alternative dispute resolution, which in this case could be a customary arbitration where the chiefs will sit together. So instead of the matter being tried in courts, it is now taken to the communities for the chiefs and the tribunals to sit on the matter, to make a pronouncement, and then it takes the same legal effect in law as if the matter has been decided in the courts. So that is something that is very, very indigenous and then traditional to the people. And we have come to realize that it's gaining even more popularity among the legal departments and over the common law system, which is the arbitrary and going to the court and dragging the matters here and there. So we are now trying to look further to see what role women can play in this traditional system that has been institutionalized in our legal system, particularly in Ghana. What role women can play in advancing the cause of alternative dispute resolution, and in that effect, making the women the central of the dispute resolution in the traditional sense, instead of what we have now come to see men playing the core role in such areas. So yeah, it's very important. It has been institutionalized in Ghana at the moment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gerotich Faith, and all I've learned is the research is not coming up with what you have published or your academic papers. It's all about gaining knowledge and different perspectives in those areas of your research. Thank you.
I'd like to address Dr. Okuku. Yes. Thank you for enabling us to explore different ways of visually expressing our topics. For instance, architecture and urban planning, they're not really, it's not much about the writing actually. When you go to school, you don't do a lot of essays and you don't do a lot of books. You do more of drawings, you pin up your drawings, you pin up your, what is it called? Your research. Actually, your research is on pinning up. So I think we would like to open up our minds here, especially on the academic sector, to be able to put up work the way we would, the way other architects would. And it's also a way that other people would know about architecture, because I figured like a lot of people do not know what architecture is. We live in buildings, we stay inside buildings. In fact, shelter is a basic need that everyone actually uses, but you don't know how it comes about. So, okay, so I think that's one way of actually being able to do this. Another aspect is how best could we get back to the community when we're going back to show them what we've done. I think visuals is something everyone can easily understand. Actually, it's as simple as an image that you see on Instagram or on Facebook. So I think those are the ways we would like to disseminate knowledge. On the matter of the areas of collaboration, I think we thought of it in terms of it's best for people who are linked together to do something together, because it's much, much easier. If you're in law together, then you can figure out how to do policy briefs together. You can figure out how to come up with ways that you can easily collaborate. Same to the health and the built environment. Yes.
Much has been, but I would like to add on what my colleagues have said on what has radically changed over the 2 weeks. So this interaction has helped me narrow down the topics we are working on and think more critically on the context we want to work on. Thank you.
Another question had been raised on the availability of Sisal. I just want to be able to clarify that. So when I spoke to some of the fellows, a lot of people did not know what Sisal was, but I wish I would have an image on. I don't think we do that. We have an image, but the point is, Sisal is a plant that is grown in Kenya, East Africa, basically Kenya, Tanzania, Madagascar, and we export about 80 or 70% of it. We hardly ever use it. In fact, we use it to make ropes. So we mostly plant it. It survives in semi-arid areas, in very arid areas. And so most of the time, the people who do it is just to sell the fiber, basically. But we hardly use it anymore in as much as we used to use it to build. We sort of stopped to do that after some time because we employed, the newer materials or the Western materials as time went by. But there is a lot of sisal. It's as simple as thinking of banana, just maybe in arid areas. Yes.
Thank you very much. We are within time, but I can see there's a burning comment. I don't know if it's a question. I'll give him a chance before we conclude.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Really fascinating set of projects. So my comment is around the project looking at chieftaincy and ADR and so on. Now, I think in the case of Ghana, right, it's important to also realize that, especially parts of the northern half, you have societies that either had chieftaincy late, some that still do not have centralized kind of chieftaincy, and chiefs that exist, but that were warrant chiefs. These were chiefs imposed by colonialism. So often you have women and other segments of marginalized groups pushing back against the codified customary law that the chiefs and the colonialists were implementing. So I think when we're dealing with this question, it's important to then be careful in terms of what is indigenous here. You see, because what could be the indigenous here is actually the counter chieftaincy impulse. Now, if you go to the southern half, of course, it's different, right? So I think this kind of careful reading, I'm not saying that they've not been indigenized over time, but then the question of power relations. So when we talk of customary law, often what becomes codified was the customary law linked to the royal courts, which is often, what the colonialists elevated and patriarchal in many respects, right? So that even in dealing with the chiefs, the question of power has to be central here to say what interest do they represent versus ordinary women and other ordinary people in the society. So I just thought I should make that point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That was a comment. Our time is up. So I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of us for being a good audience, and to the team, Dr. Santal, for the wonderful presentation. Can we appreciate them? So I take it back to the program director.
Thank you very much. You can go back and sit. I'm just joking, please. So can I invite Michelle to come? I also have something for you, so.
This is for our mentor. Let's see if this group also got the leakage like the other one. I think I should stand on this side. Ah, yeah. You saw her in her lovely Masai gear. That one was for that one. Okay, this is a gift for gift. This is a contrast, yes. Hamis? Let's wait and see. Oh, first we take our picture. Let's take our picture. Let us see. This one has, like your jeans. Daisy? Faith. Yes, so it matches. This one picks up on the embroidery. Doris? Lois? Belinda? Caroline? 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 See if you also get a danger. Just like Brian? And Richmond.
Oh.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Before we leave, I would like to call a few people, if they are in the room. Is Professor Zubairu Wai in the room? Great. I will also have to have Lucy Mandia, please. Jason Museta. Is Museta in the room? Okay. And Fadunsi also, is Fadunsi in the room? Please, you have the stage. Come here, please. And then can I also have Anuarite Wairimu and Sarah? So why am I calling them? Big question. I just want them to dance in front of us. So are you all ready? Are you ready to know why they are here? We have a mic.
Allume.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. Habari asubuhi. So, we have been blessed to celebrate a number of birthdays this past week. Don't think that it went unknown to us that we are celebrating the birthdays of some of our colleagues, some of our mentors. And so we'll ask for your help in celebrating them. We are ready. We have a singer who will be joining us. So please welcome.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, dear collaborator. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, dear collaborator. Happy birthday to you.
Henry. Just cut the sound.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, there is also another surprise for them. So I'm going to do something different. So let us say, in this beautiful day, let you enjoy the gift of the light. We want to celebrate you. You are amazing. That's why we say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Lasta Akobian. Lasta.
Give some applause for them, please.
Merci beaucoup, Lasta. Sarah Akobian. Lasta.
If this academic thing does not work,
I'm going to
be a musician.
Thank you very much. You have all our best wishes for this new year in your life. The cake will be cut and served outside. So whoever wants to taste the cake, you have it for the break. Let's go to, so we are having our tea break starting from now, and we'll be back in 20 minutes.
Happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Ici ou d'ailleurs, nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique. Même si le ciel tombait, luttons pour la paix. Konjamu Afrika, Kodlaïa. Manejamu Afrika, Isenyona Dange. Ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh, Africa. Parimbula parataya bisa tesorona. Bakiwala ye, iwala malilela. Lakini lo Gabon, Senegal, lo Benin. Yaoundé, oh, quel beau pays. Oh, Africa, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, Africa, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, Africa, et ça sent fort. Moi, j'ai beaucoup, j'ai beaucoup. Oh, Africa, et voilà, dernière piste de Corona. Iwala Mandela Lefe, Johannesburg, le Ghana, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Éthiopie, oh, quel beau pays. Africa, oh, yeah. Africa, Africa. Oh, Africa, oh, yeah. Africa, Africa.
Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Thank you. Let's start the second session with the next two groups. So who are the next two groups? You all know the drill now. And we are going with the selection. Please. You can start your prayers.
Ago.
Ago. Prof Doin. Second group. Garba. So we have the group Agoru and then the group Garba. And then I would like to call here the chairperson of this session. To make sure I'm not, okay, yes. Is Professor Batisani, please, you have the microphone.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Yemi. Good morning. Dumelang. Mangwanani. Saliwonani. Mamukasei. Good morning, Africa. It is my pleasure to chair the next session on the group presentations. And I must say, I take instructions very seriously. And I've been told, stick to your time, give them 10 to 15 minutes. If you do go beyond your 10 minutes, you'll see me lifting a calabash as an indication that you are just about to be swallowed by this calabash. We don't want to go there because I might not have the power to reverse the swallowing. With that, I would like to invite the first group Ago. Is it Ago? Join. Can they please come to the stage? A round of applause for them, please. Let's give them a round of applause again. And at this point in time, I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves starting from that side.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Musalanja Exinia Makama from Lesotho, but I study in South Africa as a student researcher. I'm researching wastewater treatment, but I have a foundation in agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Asha Taban. I am a spoken word artist and a teacher of English language and literature from Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I am Seriti Mutludi, and I am from Lesotho. And I'm currently studying water engineering in South Africa, University of Pretoria, Masters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keketso from the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho. I am doing my postgraduate studies in University of Pretoria. I'm doing masters in food science. But my project is basically on agroecology. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, bonjour. My name is Barbara Zerida Naikas. I'm from Uganda. I work for Save the Children and the Livelihood Program. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bertukan and I am from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jemima Rebecca Nabukalu from Uganda, and I'm a pharmacy technician. I'm honored to be before you.
Good morning. Godfrey Edward Chidika from Malawi. Currently, I'm working as assistant lecturer at the University of Malawi in the Department of Theology and Religious Studies. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Silas from Ethiopia, and I'm a teacher in Bahar Dar University in Ethiopia, and in the Department of History and Heritage Management. And now I am a researcher. I came with women creativity in Negedoweto. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for those introductions. I would like to now call the group rep to start the presentation. Your 10 minutes start now.
Stockholm Syndrome. They didn't just chain our wrists, they handed us mirrors that only reflected their hunger. They didn't just burn our libraries, they taught us to call their alphabet progress, their grammar clarity, their silence eloquence, and we who once named thunder with our tongues, who sang rain into the soil, who mapped the stars through proverbs, now flinch at the click of our own consonants. We apologize for the drum in our speech. We whisper our mother's names like it's a secret we're ashamed the world might hear. We wear their suits like armor against our own skin. We bleach our thoughts to fit their syllabi. We praise their gods with mouths that once chanted Nabuzana, Nabinene, Nakaima, now reduced to amen, in a language that never asked for our name. We call it success when our children forget how to greet the moon in the tongue that birthed them. We call it ambition when we scrub our accents like stains from our lips. We call it love when we choose their standards over our own reflection. This is not adaptation, it is survival. This is Stockholm Syndrome, where the captive begins to polish the cage and kiss the hand that mutes them, defend the theft of their soul as opportunity. We've been taught to mourn in English, to dream in subtitles, to worship in assimilation, and call our erasure integration. But listen, the wound is not your accent. The wound is believing you must erase it to be hard. The wound is not your name. The wound is flinching when someone dares to say it right. Break that mirror they gave you. Speak your truth even if it stumbles. Sing your song even if it cracks. Because liberation begins not when they accept you, but when you stop performing for your own captivity. And when you finally whisper your grandmother's lullaby in the language she bled to preserve, that's not regression. That's rebellion. That's return. That's remembering you were never theirs to own. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What you just heard is not merely performance, it is the methodological heartbeat of our working group. Our group brings together fellows from Uganda, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Lesotho, spanning disciplines in education, creativity, environmental science, customary law, nutrition, and spirituality. We have named our joint research African Indigenous Knowledge, Reclaiming Knowledge, Shaping the Present Reality and Future. And this is under the mentorship of Professor Adedoyin Agoru. Our goal is to show how Indigenous knowledge is not just history, but a vital tool for our very future as Africans. Next slide, please. Our strengths lie in our diversity as we wait for the next slide. We are a cross-regional team of 9 fellows. This is the one, yes? Okay. Yes. We are a cross-regional team of 9 fellows representing 4 nations, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Malawi. This diverse composition allows us to look at indigenous knowledge through a truly Pan-African lens. Upon reviewing our initial concepts, 3 major strengths emerged. First, every single one of our concepts is deeply grounded in indigenous knowledge systems. Second, we demonstrated strong direct engagement with actual indigenous knowledge keepers. And third, our work has clear, tangible outputs, specifically targeting publications, policy briefs, and a practical indigenous knowledge toolkit. Of course, the review also highlighted areas of growth. Our initial drafts lacked academic references, our methodologies were too vast and broad, and timelines were unspecified. Some concepts like weaving, ceramics, they needed sharper clarity. However, we have a clear action plan to fix this. Moving forward, we are strictly integrating in-text citations, defining our exact research methodologies, and establishing feasible, concrete timelines for delivery. So what exactly are we researching? We've mapped out 7 core themes. We're looking at the intersection of traditional handicrafts like banana stem and papyrus weaving with environmental preservation. We are tackling the crisis of kwashako through indigenous nutrition, contrasting traditional agroecology with modern pollution, examining customary law versus women's rights, and exploring spiritual systems with a focus on women's inclusion. Crucially, our work does not exist in a vacuum. It aligns directly with Codestria's priority research areas, specifically themes 3, 4, 5, 11, 13, and 14. Whether it's women in creativity, environmental sustainability, agroecology, heritage in nutrition, or spiritual science, our fellowship is directly answering the call for relevant African research. If you look at this Venn diagram, you see the core philosophy of our group. We realize that you cannot separate food from spirituality or governance from holistic well-being. At the very center, tying sacred leadership, resource stewardship, and nutrition together is indigenous knowledge systems. Indigenous knowledge is the glue that holds all these elements together. Because our themes overlap, collaboration came natural. We're moving forward with 2 major joint publications. The first will be a cross-regional paper comparing handcraft traditions between Uganda and Ethiopia. The second will be a deep dive academic paper on reclaiming spiritual science as a valid standalone epistemology. But research must leave the academy and go back to the people. For community engagement, we have specific actionable activities planned. One, for agroecology and nutrition, we're organizing Living Library, the Living Library farm walks, where elder farmers lead the community through fields to demonstrate traditional intercropping. We're also hosting heritage seed and recipe fairs to fight malnutrition using forgotten local crops and forgotten recipes. For spiritual systems, we are facilitating sacred site storytelling, where spiritual custodians take youth to local groups and or rivers, to mention but a few, to explain the ecological taboos that historically protected these environments. Ultimately, we are putting elders and youth side by side to ensure this knowledge is transmitted and it survives. Working across Malawi, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Lesotho, we're applying these local solutions to massive regional areas. Our cross-regional approach allows us to tackle gender equity, combat climate change through traditional sustainability, and address food insecurity. By sharing indigenous knowledge across borders, we build a stronger, more resilient Africa. Just a moment. This takes us to our policy action. Create indigenous knowledge innovation and livelihood youth and women programs. This is linking creativity, tourism, spirituality, nutrition. We propose the creation of a holistic framework that fuses intangible tourism with customary eco-governance, recognizing that women are the primary custodians of both indigenous biodiversity and oral tradition. This program legally empowers them through women's customary courts to secure land tenure and seed sovereignty. Simultaneously, it economically empowers them by certifying them as heritage interpreters, transforming traditional crafts and ecological knowledge into premium tourist assets. This approach ensures that the protection of the environment, that is to say agroecology, funds the protection of tourism, that protection of culture, and vice versa. It creates dignified, high-value employment for youth as digital archivists and guides, while ensuring that tourism revenue serves as a tool for climate adaptation and gender justice. We aren't just selling crafts. We are securing the epistemic and territorial rights of the community. 2, indigenous knowledge systems integration into the education curriculum. Of course, as a teacher, I could not have a policy that has to do with education. Indigenous, this will restore epistemic justice in education. Schools teach nutrition as calories and spirituality as myth. We propose integrating IK as applied science into national curricula, teach indigenous food systems as nutritional science, teach spiritual ethics as environmental governance, use arts-based pedagogy like audio anthologies and creative toolkits to make this learning experiential, not dogmatic. This cures the cognitive dissonance youth face and build a generation that seizes their heritage as a toolkit for modern innovation. The impact of all these linked policies is transformative. Economically, we create sustainable livelihoods by monetizing intangible heritage ethically. Socially, we restore women's authority in law and spirituality, reversing colonial patriarchy. 3, ecologically, we secure food systems and biodiversity. Through women-led governance, epistemically, we validate African knowledge as rigorous science in formal education. Our problems and the solutions to these problems are Pan-African. As I close, I will close with gratitude. First, to Cadastria for the intellectual home that it has provided for us all, to the MasterCard Foundation for the support, and most especially to our mentor, Professor Aguru, for the steered guidance. Indigenous knowledge kept Africa alive for centuries. Our work is to keep it alive for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that informative presentation. There are exactly 11 minutes into the presentation. At this point in time, I would like to open the floor up for questions, comments. I'll take six questions, starting with Sasanti, the lady in white, number 3, the lady in maroon, Shai, then lastly, the lady in a white dukwi. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. This morning, when we were taking our 10 kilometers walk with Professor Garba, I expressed the frustration with him and I said that I had been confiding in someone else. I think I confided in 2 people already. And I was asking, is there something that we are not saying explicitly? That makes us fail to impress upon the fellows the importance of Pan-Africanism in this exercise. Because I'm getting this frustrating feeling that we don't seem to be able to convey that message, or rather that message is not being received. So there must be something we are not doing right. I was saying this, Professor Karpa, and I was saying this to someone else as well. So I'm very happy to say that that frustration was articulated prematurely, because this group has come out very expressly, articulating an appreciation that this exercise we're engaged in is rooted in and driven by Pan-African consciousness and Pan-Africanism. And I want to express that appreciation. Thank you very much.
Bonjour. Okay, maybe I will try to speak English. I will try. What I want to say is that when I don't know if they say remark, but okay, when the French people are talking, we are trying to talk as slowly as possible so that everyone can listen what we are saying. But it seems like when you are talking, maybe I don't know if everybody heard what you said. I don't know, because when you started, some of us just put off the, en tout cas, ça là, voilà. So I just want to ask for the next group to go a little bit slowly so that we can all understand. And the second thing is about the outputs of your research in group. I did not hear about it. Maybe you said it, but I did not get it very well. Thank you.
Lady in maroon. The lady in maroon, it's your turn.
Merci. Bonjour à tous et félicitations pour votre présentation. Alors, ma question est celle-ci. Vous avez parlé de transformer les savoirs et les pratiques endogènes en ressources touristiques et économiques. Alors, comment pourriez-vous éviter que cette valorisation économique ne conduise pas finalement à une marchandisation ou une nouvelle forme d'appropriation des savoirs autochtones? Je vous remercie.
Dr. Mshai?
Okay, I just wanted to say something about the language question. I actually was checking, and I think the reason it was difficult for the interpretation at the beginning is because it was poetry. I actually was listening in English and then we switched to French just to check. And it's very, very difficult for the interpreters, to be fair, because they're not just translating the sense, they were trying to capture the imagery. So I hear your frustration because I did check it. So let me just say that's one of the challenges when you're dealing with something like poetry. But my question is to the group, either as individuals or as a group. I noticed the first in your line of weaknesses was a lack of references. And I wonder if any of you could speak to a body of work, whether it's by an intellectual, a particular scholar, or whether it is a group of a discussion amongst scholars, a theory. I think this question came up this morning, that during your time here, from the presentations, listening to each other, now is something you have committed to explore through your project in the next 7 months.
Okay. One last question at the back. Yes.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Sorry for the voice. I appreciated firstly the poetry that was shared in the beginning. And there was a line in the poem that said, we call our own erasure integration, right? And then in the slides and in the presentation, you said that your policy will include IKS integration into education curriculum. So I'm interested in this. We call our own erasure integration because I think it's something that has been brought up repeatedly, but then repeatedly again ignored. That is it possible to actually say that IKS can integrate with the systems that are already in place when the power dynamics are different? Is it really integration that we are thinking about? And why was it acknowledged that integration is erasure in the poem? But then when we start to think in terms of policy, we again revert to this idea of integration. Is it, yeah, do you get me? Sure.
Okay, I really do admire that effort. I'm not sure if you've had the question. You've not had the question. Can someone sitting next to her try and summarize the question for us, please? Can someone try to do that?
Hi, I'm the translator apparently. So in the poem, it said that integration is erasure, but then in the policy review that you mentioned, you included integration as well as part of an IKS system. So my sister has heard this term integration repeated quite a lot in the seminars that have gone on, but it hasn't been elaborated in terms of considering the power dynamics of integrating indigenous knowledge systems into the systems that already exist. And so how does the speaker respond to that idea of integration, while in the poem they said that it is an aspect of erasure? Thanks.
Okay. Are we ready? We have exactly 10 minutes to respond to the questions. So I'm going to give each one of you 1 minute, starting with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to respond to one question that was asked pertaining the references and what is it that we are committed to exploring the next 7 months. There's something that was mentioned yesterday when we were taught of methodologies about, let me just open this, about questions that we must ask, relevant questions to community. That questions that solve communities' real problems in the community. We don't just do interview guides. So I believe that from what I learned yesterday, even going forward as we continue the work, this is one of the things that we are going to integrate. We are going to explore and ensure that we learn more on it. For me, it was really something that was an eye-opener to me to understand that we need to ask questions that really respond to what is happening in community. Also questions that we need to understand the realities that are on ground so that we don't just come with interview guys that we got from somewhere and then want to impose them on community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for the questions. I would like to address the question where my sister said she didn't hear us saying anything about the outputs. So among our topics, we did came out with some of the outputs. Firstly, we indicated that we're going to have some publications on what. Okay, you can hear now. Okay, I was saying we do have the outputs among our research topics. So the first one that we indicated was the publication. So we indicated that we can do the collaboration within our topics and do the publication of maybe articles or peer-reviewed journals. So the other thing that we pointed out was the police brief. So we are also going to have some sort of a police brief within our research as well as the documentation of a toolkit. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Oh, thank you so much for the questions. I would like to address the question on indigenous knowledge system in policy with the how dynamics. When I first came here, listening to what indigenous knowledge is, I questioned myself, my education, and my proposal. I wondered if I say indigenous knowledge should be documented as a toolkit and farmers should adapt it. Am I even being realistic? Because the same government I want to go back to is the same government that funded my education from my first degree, second degree, and all the systems I have learned. I can say they are alternative knowledges, particularly the use of this intensive chemicals and fertilizers. But I think Me Priscilla, Dr. Yes, Me Priscilla. She's sitting over there. I think she's a doctor, but I don't know her second name. Mentioned something important that made me feel at ease. That if you want to do something, go to the government, talk to them, tell them that, look, since I started doing this research, I see that there are problems, especially in environment and these models that do not prioritize us, which goes back to who generates the knowledge and who benefits from it. So this indigenous knowledge system can easily be integrated in policy. If we go to policymakers, integrate them, and they should understand what we are trying to do and why. I don't know if I answered all the part of your question because I think it was too long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have response in the outcomes. Yesterday we discussed about the outcomes, and one of our slide or impact that wrote about the outcomes of our researches, that such as employment creation on youth and women empowerment, as well as that inclusive policy formation. So thank you.
Well, just to come back on the references, it should be some of the papers that we are reviewing. It like the proper references. For instance, the time I was developing my concept note, I had the references from West Education, but after the presentation since last week, we are told that we also need to recognize the scholars from Africa. And upon recognizing that, I had to search some of the scholars, even from Codeslia, and I found a certain Codeslia bulletin. It was a presentation that was done by Professor Y. And through that, I could take even some information that are so useful to my concept note. Thank you.
Well, to answer my sister who asked about the outputs, a documented methodology for collection, processing, and transformation of banana stem fibers into creative art crafts like baskets, mats, That will be one of the output. Then another one, prototype handcrafts such as baskets, mats, bags will be made from the banana stems. And as well, skill development for community members, especially women and the youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me say something about the outputs. In the outputs, specifically in my concept notes or in my research, there will be a policy brief, so we can empower women by establishing customary courts and by engaging women in decision-making process. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about economic development and tourism. Someone asked how do we achieve economic development and tourism without vandalizing indigenous knowledge? Based on our discussion, we've talked of customary law. So customary law, it certifies the women not just being as craft sellers or bags, items from crafts, but also as heritage interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to address the question that the lady over there asked about how possible it is to integrate this indigenous knowledge into education systems that are already resistant towards it. And you are right, the education systems are resistant towards it. And that being said, that is the reason as to why we are going to be using arts-based participatory action research. It is passing through, it is using arts methodologies. Let me say, for instance, spoken word, like I just did, maybe weaving, creativity, and all that as a tool, a tool for teaching, as a tool for education. If in contemporary Uganda, if I went to a Ugandan school right now and I said, I want to integrate, or I want to introduce the discussion of indigenous knowledge, or who are our gods before the missionaries, before the colonizers, I would have very few schools that would be willing to actually have me in. However, if I use the angle of literature, that I am coming on a creative-based workshop, I am coming to encourage students to write. But what are they going to be writing about? I'm giving them the topics that they're going to write about. I'm giving them the topics that they are going to draw on. And the topic is specifically maybe what was the indigenous knowledge. This will prompt students to have to go and do some research on what I am talking about without necessarily raising the red flag to the school administration per se, when I may be recruiting their children into quote unquote witchcraft. Yeah, I hope that kind of answers it. The question is about, it goes to methodology, and that's why we're using APAR, Arts-Based Action Participatory Research. Thank you.
Okay, with those comments, we have come to the end of our session. And I would like to invite Dr. Ayemi for the next.
Sorry, I didn't have anything for them, but since you're insisting, we'll try to find something. May I ask Professor Jack Chibabwa to come here, please?
Voilà, je voudrais d'abord appeler le mentor ou la mentor, je ne sais pas si ça s'accorde, professeur Agoro. Ah, vous êtes jaloux, hein? Ah, voilà. Super, merci. Tchangou. Eh, félicitations aussi. Voilà, continue. Achat. D'accord, félicitations. Oui. Voilà, félicitations, c'est bon. Naikazi. Félicitations. Là, c'est bon. Moselange. D'accord, c'est bon. Ok. Godfrey. Félicitations. C'est Miti. Ah, c'est Riti. Désolé. Voilà, c'est bon. Jemima. Jemima en anglais, bien sûr. Félicitations. Super, c'est bon. Botukani. Félicitations. Super, merci. Voilà, je passe termine. Merci.
Thank you. So please come, Professor Doyin. Oh, yeah. Take a good picture.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. A round of applause for them. Okay, I would like to call the next group on stage. Same rules, same calabash scare. On stage, please. The next group.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. When I say ago, you say ame. Ago. Ago. For my Ghanaians in the room, you may be familiar with this phrase already. Asking, may I have your attention? And your response is, yes, you may. Ago. Ago. Amazing. In front of you is the group of Professor Faisal Garba. I'll be handing over to my fellow speaker to do our introduction. All right. So instead, we're going to do each person introducing themselves. We'll keep it brief.
Good afternoon. My name is Tela Njambi. I'm from Kenya. I am a software and quality assurance engineer in the tech space. And I'm also a researcher in human behavior, tech, just to name a few. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Benedicta Ameno. I'm from Ghana. I'm a policy researcher and a legal scholar as well. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Anwarite Gikonyo. I go by Anu for short. I'm a dance artist, researcher, and writer. If you see me barefoot, just know that this is how I feel comfortable in a place. And so, yes.
Bonjour. At least by the end of this workshop, we will all know how to speak in French. Thank you. My name is Abigail Bowen. I'm a senior technical and vocational trainer in the Department of Building and Civil Engineering. I work at Rift Valley National Polytechnic. It's a technical vocational institution located in Nakuru, Kenya. I'm so happy and pleased and of course honored to be part of the AFRIAK team. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Piri from Zeus University under the Department of History and Heritage Studies. I'm so happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salma Mohammed. I am an assistant lecturer in the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. I'm so happy to be here as well.
Habari za asubuhi.
My name is Talin Shakata from Zimbabwe. I'm a lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe, Department of Languages, Literature and Culture. I speak Kiswahili uh, like nobody's business. Like it's my mother language. Asante sana, I'm very happy to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica Devson from Zimbabwe. I teach Kiswahili at the University of Zimbabwe, Department of Languages. Same as talent. So I'm very happy to be here. I usually tell people that my first language is Shona, my second is Swahili, and my third is English. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaban Miraji, a prevention specialist from the Drug Control Enforcement Authority, DCA, in Tanzania, under the Prime Minister Office. I normally work on providing preventive education, especially to the young people, about the negative effect of using substance and drug trafficking. Most of the young people now are using alcohol, cannabis, tobacco, and other different drugs, and those drugs are causing a lot of challenges in their life. So that is my daily duty, and I pursue masters in social psychology at the University of Dar es Salaam. It is very nice to be here today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jason Museta. I'm also very excited to be here as well, and I am working at the Municipal Council of Windhoek as an intern doing heritage management, and I'm really excited to be here. I love research, and I look forward to sharing our peer reviews with you. All right.
Like other groups, we are representing a various host of disciplines, interests, and themes. Our group in particular had a very wide span, with each group member representing at least one different area of study. There were some strengths that came across all of our concept notes once upon review. For example, the conceptual alignment. Each of our concept notes showed alignment with the AFRIAK priority areas. Most were already grounded in decolonial theory and responding to local realities. Also, in terms of ethical methodology, although there was challenge given to each of us upon attending this induction workshop, there was already a consideration of non-extractive methods, such as recognizing IK keepers as intellectual equals, and also some form of commitment to return from each of the concept notes. Furthermore, we also had research clarity, where one could look at our concept notes and have a good sense of what the question was, and most of them also were feasible within the 7-month timeline.
And of course, with every weakness, there comes a strength, and with every strength, there comes a weaknesses. Well, what we have seen is that some of the scopes were quite overambitious for something that could be done within a 7-month time frame. The second one is the validation and consent. The pragmatism that came with executing the detail and validation of the frameworks, including consent protocols and benefit sharing, was not well documented. And same applies with the ethics. The ethics sections were a little bit underdeveloped, or it was missing, with a limited amount of community-facing outputs which were specified.
From there, we did have some cross-cutting themes that did ground all of our different areas. We all acknowledge the importance of epistemological repositioning, how to address the epistemic invalidation and disruption of indigenous knowledge systems and local knowledges, as well as how to return the intellectual authority and sovereignty to the communities we had identified. We all also acknowledged this research as an opportunity for documentation and archiving of these various IK systems, which are at risk of dilution, misrepresentation, or extinction in the face of globalization and urbanization. From there was a natural inclination to prioritizing youth and women as vital stakeholders within our research.
I'll briefly go through the topics just as the introduction, and we will then introduce the possible collaborations. We have agriculture and crafts with Ms. Stella and Ms. Hannah, where they'll be digitizing and validating indigenous economic knowledges across Kenya and Malawi. And then we have education and entrepreneurship with Ms. Benedicta and Ms. Abigail, where they'll be creating curriculums which can develop IK and transmission across Ghana and Kenya. With the health systems, we have Mr. Shabani, and we have a group devised of Ms. Monica, Salma, and Talent. We nicknamed them the Migos. We did it. Why? Because we can. And with governance and creatives, I myself with Ms. Anu will be linking macro level governance with frameworks which transmission cultural and decolonial praxis.
These were the areas that we saw correlated across pairs. And then from there, we went into a reimagining. May you move to the next slide? Imagining what would be possible if each of us were to use our diversity as a strength and imagine us all in one country able to work together. And we came up with this idea of an African Indigenous Knowledges Youth Day. We've been speaking about this. Professor Sesanti very well put this idea of the battlefield that goes on the mind. So thinking of how we can implant indigenous knowledge in the minds of youth, within whichever schooling system exists. So we had this idea of a collaborative project across disciplines, hosting an IK fair that would use interactive sessions, games and activities for young people to engage with various IK systems within each of our disciplines, the arts, in medicine, in governance. How can they have these as just knowledge systems that exist among the others that they engage with in the textbook? This would also be in partnership with IK keepers to actually come into these spaces as the holders of this knowledge.
With our policies, we have 3 action policies, and the overall goal of these policies is to put protective parameters around the IK to help it grow. One of them would be to institutionalize IK across sectors. The sectors are aforementioned are municipal administrations, education and TVET, agriculture, and health. When you're institutionalizing IK, you're providing it an opportunity to grow further than what's already the mandatory way of doing policy.
A key question, as was being discussed in the question of integration, is how to protect the holders of this information. So we were thinking about not just the ideas, but the infrastructure surrounding these ideas. We were thinking of knowledge partnerships where educational institutions can collaborate with IK keepers, not just as people to be studied and give the knowledge, but be integrated as board members, as trainers of trainers, as trainers themselves, and then participants. From there, thinking about accreditation and validation to IK keepers and institutionalization of IKS in this way. And lastly was IP protection and benefit sharing, how to have structures such as community-based organizations and cooperatives that recognize collective ownership of these different indigenous knowledge systems.
And again, we come back to protecting IK through institutional barriers that will be able to help IK grow and function when it's fighting against the big beasts such as capitalism. We have number 1, finance access, where institutions will be able to grant IK keepers and the IK section of the community-based enterprises with grants, what else? Investment funds for heritage products, and then a regulatory framework that protects the ownership of the people from doing enterprise, and market lineages, which we could say is something like social entrepreneurship, where the people practicing community-based enterprises can be able to have a chance against capitalism and not be swallowed up by it.
This comes to the end of our presentation. We would like to thank Codestria for this opportunity for us to convene and exchange ideas, to learn and to grow as researchers, as well as to AFRIAK, the thought leaders, speakers who have come to the stage and really expanded our minds, to our mentor, Professor Faisal Garba. Thank you so much for your guidance, and to each of the fellows of the group for the different work that we are embarking on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. At this point in time, I would like to open the floor for questions. We have exactly 20 minutes for questions and comments. Who wants to go first? The gentleman at the back, followed by the other one next to him. The lady in a brown, no, it's not a duque. Yes. In a shower, white shower. The lady in green at the far end there. Anyone else? The fifth person, you be the last one. In that order, please.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Vous avez souligné dans les mesures politiques que vous souhaitez adresser à l'État l'institutionnalisation des savoirs endogènes. Mais si on tient compte de ce qui se passe dans nos différents États, on se rend bien compte que les mesures qu'on propose généralement sont invalidées par les institutions internationales, notamment en matière de santé. Ces propositions que nous faisons sont généralement validées par l'OMS en matière de santé. Comment est-ce que, après avoir identifié un savoir endogène dans le domaine de la santé, vous pourrez faire pour que l'OMS puisse également les valider? Parce que seulement au niveau de l'État, ça sera un peu compliqué. Comment est-ce que vous allez vous adresser à l'organisation internationale comme l'OMS pour la validation de ces savoirs endogènes pour qu'ils soient institutionnalisés?
Okay, the second question. Yes.
Et merci. Peut-être que je remercie d'abord le groupe pour la présentation. Peut-être que je n'étais pas attentif pendant qu'il présentait et que l'un des aspects m'a échappé. Mais je voudrais revenir sur le modèle qui nous a été proposé par le Codestria. Avant que nous en arrivions à la présentation en plénière, nous avons eu à faire des évaluations par les pairs. Et il est question que nous dégagions des points forts et des points faibles. Alors, je voudrais savoir, après avoir fait des évaluations par les pairs, qu'est-ce qu'on peut retenir des points forts et des points d'amélioration que vous avez eu à retenir des uns des autres? Merci.
Okay, for the gentleman in the last person, they are saying that they didn't get the question. Can you repeat your question again? Can you repeat your question? No, the second one.
Je voudrais dire, avant que nous en arrivions à la présentation en plénière, nous avons d'abord la première phase qui consiste donc à faire des évaluations par les pairs. Alors, je voudrais savoir, après que vous avez travaillé, après que chaque binôme ou encore chaque groupe a évalué le travail de l'un et de l'autre, qu'est-ce qu'on peut retenir donc des points forts et aussi qu'est-ce qu'on peut dégager des points d'amélioration? Merci.
I really loved your presentation and congratulations. I'm more concerned, however, about the aspect you talked on digitizing and validating indigenous economic knowledge across Kenya and Malawi. This is because my research is kind of relating to this, but more concerned with the southern part of Nigeria, the southeastern part of Nigeria. I'm doing something on, I'm documenting the perspectives of indigenous knowledge keepers, digital heritage practitioners. Okay, I'll just start afresh so that you don't, yes. I'm more concerned with your aspects of your work that talks about digitizing and validating indigenous economic knowledge across Kenya and Malawi, because I'm doing something relating to that, but more concerned towards the southeastern part of Nigeria. But then I wanted to know more about your output. Is it something, or the framework that you propose for this, would it only be effected within Kenya and Malawi, or could it be across other African countries? Yeah.
The last lady at the back.
Hello. Mine is just a comment. And I'd like to say that this is the first time I'm hearing the specifics of policy action and within the line of allowing IK keepers within the communities to become more than just lab rats, you know, but becoming trainers of the trainers. And I was particularly struck by that because I think that that's an incredibly valuable way of going beyond extractive research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant presentation. Congratulations. Mine is not a question, but it's also a brief comment. I liked the policy action number 2, where you were talking about the community IKS validation registers. I come from a community where I've talked with some healers and elders, and they notified me that they really feel unrecognized. So when you come up with that police action, I think I'll also integrate it into my research. That was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for those questions and comments. I'll now give the floor to the presenters to respond. 1 minute each, please. Start. Who wants to start?
Thank you very much. I think I'll respond to the question on the framework that we had talked about, especially for Kenya and Malawi. Now, I think if we are going to have a framework that we are documenting, of course, based on the experiences from Kenya and Malawi, then that means that the principles can also be adopted to other African contexts, because indigenous knowledge, sometimes they are context specific, so we should not simply copy, of course, now the models that we have, but then you can use the same to integrate into what probably works for your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd also like to touch on what was mentioned about the digitalization and validation aspects, and the fact that it can also be transferred to other countries aside Kenya and Malawi. So we are looking at it from the perspective of the IK keepers, not only as collaborators, but then we are looking at validation in the context of bringing these people in. So like someone also mentioned, they being trainers of trainers, right? So bringing them in as trainers, looking at them as equal authorities, just as has been mentioned over and over. And I think that's one of the key things that most of us are living here with, because we came in looking at the IK keepers as people we are going to for information, we are going to collaborate, but we didn't really recognize their authority. So recognizing their authority, and also when it comes to digitalization, we are not just looking at it from the perspective of just putting the knowledge we are getting from these communities or these IK bearers out there, right? But then we are looking at how we can still go about the digitalization, but making sure that the IP, the intellectual property, still goes back to them and it still remains with these communities and the bearers as the owners. So that's how we are looking at it from. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll also be addressing that question on how to digitize indigenous knowledge, and my team members have already spoken quite a bit. I think it was the only English question, and our headsets are not working for the French. Sorry. So I'm just going to touch on the output perspective, like what is the output and can it be used across different countries? So yes, as a team, we identified digital outputs that can definitely be translated, and one of them is a podcast. We can definitely make a podcast on the indigenous knowledge that we gather, and for a podcast, that is something that can definitely be translated from region to region, and it can be accessible by the indigenous knowledge keepers and also the general community. Something else, we also have a web application. We can also put this indigenous knowledge in a way that can be accessed on a website, and this can definitely be accessed regionally. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to respond to one of the question that was asked about the strengths, weakness, and the area of improvement. As Anu did, she well explained about the strengths. One of them was conceptual alignment. Most of the concept notes were aligned well with the IKS. The issue for research clarity. So those were our strengths, and weakness was about some of the concept note was a little bit ambitious. So the area of improvement is to make sure that all of the concept note align with the time framework that we have, the 7-month fellowship. So that will be area of improvement. Another area of improvement as weakness was about some of them we didn't well articulate the idea of validation and the ethical consideration. So in the improvement, we decided to consider all ethical criteria that we need to ensure are put in place. So that is my responses about the issue of area of improvement. Thank you.
I would like to respond to the question. I think it said, how are you going to get in touch with the WHO? That is the World Health Organization, to validate what we are doing. As I want to say, WHO does not validate IKS. And what validation actually looks like who doesn't come and test herbs in villages itself if it works. So I think that can only, who can only look at maybe safety, tasting tools, and also and look at the critical maybe herbal contraceptives that it will be looking at, and maybe check just for quality control and how safe it is for people to use. So my last is, comment is just who does not validate IKS.
I'll be briefly responding to the question on strengths and weaknesses and what remain as strengths and weaknesses. Something that's been coming up in our group is the opportunity for more theoretical grounding, particularly sitting with these themes of what we mean when we say indigenous, what we mean when we use these terms and conceptual frameworks, and how even though we are dealing with very many different disciplines, we can have this theoretical foundation and this group as a place to be testing out our standing on how, like, the question of integration is a very rich one. It's one I'm personally taking. And so how can we be having those conversations within this group to then have that be the theoretical foundation of our work. So once again, there was the strength of, we are really conscious of the local communities we are working with. How can we then connect that with the African library? Thank you.
Just to add on the weakness and strength part, our groups had a problem of using on literature review part. We didn't use African writers, so we are going to work on that also. Okay, I'm going to answer the question that was asked about how are we going to institutionalize indigenous knowledge. And as far as I understand the term institutionalize, it is to bring something into the public, to be recognized and to be formally used by the formal institutions. And one of the output that we are thinking is having a policy brief and having a policy dialogue, whereby we are going to invite government officials and parliament members and other influential people when it comes to policy making, and disseminate our findings and convince them on how they can integrate indigenous knowledge into those systems. Thank you.
Okay, we have come to the end of. Okay, there is a burning question, I think. But because we have 5 more minutes, I will allow for that one question.
Just a comment.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can go
I
ahead.
just want to say something about what he asked about. How can you ask WHO to listen to you? The World Health Organization views traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine as a vital, highly utilized resource for global health. Why? If you read the traditional medicine strategy by WHO of 2025 to 2034, it is doing this because of global recognition and demand. Why? Because of its widespread use, its cultural and personal value, and it is scientific contribution, because historical traditional knowledge has laid the groundwork for many conventional medical breakthroughs and essential drugs. So it is recognized. So the strategy looks at 4 areas: evidence-based, regulation and safety, health system integration, and equity and protection. So WHO is on our side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that comment. I would like to close this session, and thank you so much for your interaction. And group Gamba, congratulations, you've made it. Okay, at this point in time, can I call Ayami?
I guess you're expecting something. So may I call my big brother, Prof. Sesanti?
Prof.
My younger brother, Professor Garba.
You got a white one.
Yes.
Yeah, you have, this is.
Shall we please have Anwa? Anwa in full.
Check the color.
Aha. Shall we please have Madam Benedict? Aha. Ah. Shall we please have Madam Peely? Ah, no. Color purple. Right. Alice Walker. Shall we please have Madam Monica? Manika. Yes. See the color. Purple. Alice Walker. Shabani. Shabani. The one they color. Black. Come. Talent, please. Unajua Swahili sana sana. Ani anakufundisha Kiswahili. Ani anakufundisha Kiswahili. Wewe, kupi? Wapi? Zimbabwe. Unonyepa hivyo. How? Oh, this one. Uh-huh. Now the one that comes.
Nails are pink. My face is pink as well. And
Ah. Maitavas. Natenda. Madam Stella, please. Black pepper. Navy blue. Shall we please have some? Karibu, dada, karibu. Karibu sana. Aha. Jason. Mr. Jason. Aha. Aha. Madam Abigail, please.
Thank you, Professor Santi.
Thank you, sir.
Let's have a group photo, fellows and their mentor. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the groups of this morning. So this puts an end to our morning session. Thank you to Chan Gupov for the chairmanship or chairwomanship of this morning's sessions. So it's 1:06. We'll have our lunch now and come back in 1 hour, which means I give you 4 more minutes. We'll be back here at 2:10. Okay, 2:10 to start the afternoon session. And when we are here at 2:10, exactly 2:10, we'll know which group will present. Lunch this time is happening on this floor. Okay, so people, my colleagues are waiting for you outside. They will let you know the rooms, but it's on this floor, not on the ground floor, not outside. It will be on this floor, the lunch. See you in 1 hour. Thank you. Vous avez soumissionné à l'appel à candidature. On vous a parlé hier du processus de sélection qui a eu lieu. Et avec le processus de sélection, vous êtes aujourd'hui la porte de AFRIAK. Ce qu'on vous a demandé à un certain moment, c'est de pouvoir aller sur le site dont on vous a donné le lien et créer votre profil.
Quand il s'agit des activités du producteur.
Ici ou d'ailleurs, nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique. Même si le ciel tombait, luttons pour la paix. Kon jàmmu Afrika moom lay ñaan. Man de jàmmu Afrika mooy suñu naataange. Domine kabiti breo mamilo makinyan. Ak loko manda am ak loko man pate Afrika. Ici ou ailleurs, la fête puis du bonheur. Même si le ciel pleurait, luttons pour nos frères. Kon jàmmu Afrika moom lay ñaan. Man de jàmmu Afrika mooy suñu naataange. Afrika. Onon bibe Africa umade bigode lady man. Gachen khasidagal. Yo Allah so en eni musibaji. Yo Allah adu jam to Rwanda. Yo Allah adu jam to Burundi. Yo Allah adu jam to Casamance. That would be your
vous avez soumissionné à l'appel à candidature. On vous a parlé hier du processus de sélection qui a eu lieu. Et avec le processus de sélection, vous êtes aujourd'hui la porte de AFRIAK. Et ce qu'on vous a demandé à un certain moment, c'est de pouvoir aller sur le site dont on vous a donné le lien et créer votre profil.
Quand il s'agit des activités du Codestria, nous voulons que tout le monde soit à l'aise. Donc, c'est dans ce cadre-là que le comité a été créé officiellement.
Je voulais juste, en fait, les rejoindre. Mais cette fois-ci, en vous rassurant, ça, c'est juste des précautions que nous prenons. Mais d'habitude, durant nos rencontres, tout se passe très bien, sans aucun incident. C'est juste que nous prenons, en tant qu'institution, nous prenons les mesures idoines, juste pour prévenir et en fait, être prêts.
Je suis Kakovi Victor, jeune chercheur en socio-anthropologie, en ingénierie famille et santé. Je suis béninois. Je suis ici depuis hier pour le programme Poudiceria. Nous sommes ici pour apprendre sur les savoirs endogènes.
My name is Angulika Iwaba, and I come from Nigeria. I am a culture and heritage management researcher. Essentially, what I do is to ask questions about the culture, research into our heritage as Igbo people, and by extension, Africans, and try to document what I find.
Can we give him a big hand as he comes? Thanks.
Kamala kamata lakshara lincwele. Kamala ke lakshara linhloni ngokuba ungumdala ongajongwayo. Ngokuba ungumdala ongolathwayo. Sondele kunike bokhokho. Sinqule kunike iminyanya sithi sitheleze namasiko enu. Mawakhe igazi lethu thula.
Italians tried to invade Ethiopia, they were defeated at the Battle of Adwa. But when you compare Ethiopia and other regions, we're almost similar.
I've particularly enjoyed the sessions where people have been able to talk about some of the challenges that they're having and listening to the questions and conversations coming from the fellows in particular. I'm also very pleased to have met some of the scholars whose work I have heard about, but I have never had a chance to meet. So that's absolutely special for me.
Icho sithi kama. Nina mantando sopicho yememe ngube ngcoko mazondo nshama gqaba kadliwa dliwa simbuze nganyoluka sicho sithi kama. Sicho kuni sesithathweni zakwandebe zakwachesana sicho sithi kama. Zisemazangweni zakwaphalo zakwancuthi zakwamnanjana zakwasobe zakwangceleze wankumi zakwamanike zakwagule zakwanikwanto sicho sithi kama. Nina ziyasengethini zasemqolo. Afiya.
Postuler à cette bourse AFRIAK, c'était l'opportunité de me réinventer en tant que chercheuse et de comprendre encore mieux ce qu'on entend par savoir endogène, de créer une nouvelle facette, de créer une nouvelle façon de voir l'Afrique et le potentiel que nous avons dans nos cultures et qui ne sont pas assez exploités.
I'm here in Cotonou, Benin, with Codistria in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation. We are having an induction on AFRIAK, which is the African Fellowship for Research, which we are dealing with the indigenous knowledge system, where we learn about how Africa used to do their things, how we do our things, and notes from the other notes that comes, how we define ourselves, our concept, the way we live, and of course, I'm really learning a lot about indigenous knowledge system and looking forward to go to the hubs, the research hubs, the indigenous knowledge keepers, and everyone. I thank you.
D'apprendre comment revaloriser la recherche en Afrique à travers les savoirs endogènes, promouvoir ces savoirs, les porter au devant de la scène pour que les gens commencent à comprendre, à découvrir ce que c'est les savoirs endogènes, les savoirs locaux.
Je me redécouvre en tant que chercheur. C'est vrai que je ne connaissais pas réellement la place des savoirs endogènes dans notre Afrique d'aujourd'hui. Et en tant que jeune, je comprends qu'il faut valoriser ce que nous avons déjà. Ce potentiel-là peut nous permettre de faire éclore notre chère Afrique encore plus. J'ai appris ce que c'est que la recherche, ce que c'est que la méthodologie, parce que oui, c'est pas seulement venir assister, c'est vivre une expérience incroyable. Ce qui est magnifique, c'est que nous sommes en contact avec différents horizons, différents pays. Notamment, j'ai pu rencontrer les gens du Zimbabwe, de l'Afrique du Sud, du Nigeria. Et je trouve que c'est tellement beau d'avoir ce mélange de cultures. Donc déjà, je dis bravo à Codestria. J'inviterai tout le monde à postuler pour la prochaine session de la bourse AFRIAK 2027.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back.
Postuler à cette bourse.
Welcome back for the afternoon session. So we continue with group presentations. We had group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. Now we are about to hear from group 5 and 6, which are, I don't know. So let's ask the oracle. I think the oracle has been so much English speaking this morning. Let's see if we can have a French group this time around. I'm not doing anything, just all the numbers are here. So please.
C'est senti.
Group 60, please be ready. Moteme.
Non. Tu n'as pas assez fréquenté les tontines de grand-mère. Ça se passe pas comme ça. On met le même nom 50 fois.
So I did everything I can. So it means that French-speaking people will be for tomorrow, right? But which is weird because there's nothing I can do. The oracles have spoken, so they have their reason. So please help come Professor Agboka, who will be the chair of this session. Professor Agboka.
Bonsoir à tous. Avant de commencer, je voudrais demander à tous les anglophones de laisser leur casque et de bien écouter pour apprendre un peu le français. OK. OK, bienvenue à cette session de cet après-midi. Et j'espère que nous avons beaucoup pris de l'énergie, mais cette énergie ne va pas nous permettre de somnoler. Je vous demande d'être très attentifs pour cette session de cet après-midi. OK, je voudrais demander au groupe Senti de bien vouloir me joindre à ce panel pour leur présentation. Groupe Senti. OK, je voudrais encore que nous les applaudissions davantage. J'espère que c'est un groupe cosmopolite qui va, anglophone et francophone. OK, je vais leur demander de se présenter et de faire très rapidement leur présentation. Vous connaissez déjà la règle, 10 minutes, 11 minutes au plus. Et si vous dépassez ce temps, je vous coupe. Hein? D'accord. OK, alors qui veut prendre d'abord la parole pour commencer la présentation? OK.
Okay, thanks so much, Prof. Agboka, for giving me the floor. Habariza asubuhi. Habariza asubuhi. I know that you're not expecting me to say this in Swahili. So don't worry, that's the little bit Swahili that I've learned. Okay, it's an honor and pleasure for us, we, the group mentored by Prof. Sisanti, to be in front of you this afternoon, course. And it's also an opportunity for us to thank, first of all, Prof. Sesanti for whatever he has done for us till the revising of or the analysis of our concept note to the comment that he gave on our slides, for our slide to be perfect, to be present. Prof. Sesanti Siabonga. Siabo, okay. Thank you so much, and I will come to myself. My name is Kosi Messanjak Abuka, and I'm from Togo. I'm postdoctoral researcher at Waskal University of Lomé, who is one of the hub in this program. And I'm basically agricultural engineer, and I hold a PhD in climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable agriculture. Thank you so much.
Sanbonani, good afternoon and bonsoir. Sanbonani, good afternoon, bonsoir. My name is Patogu Nyembe and I'm from Eswatini. I am a food scientist by profession, but I work as a health data manager at facility level at a local clinic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I am Dunya Tariq from Egypt. I am working as an assistant professor of mass communication at the broadcasting department. My research focus is about mass communication and gender and women empowerment. And I want to take this moment to thank Codesria for this amazing program and to thank our Professor Sesanti for his guidance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tam Olivia, and I'm from Cameroon. I am a teacher in the basic sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonsoir. My name is Nana Machoma Busumpem. I'm Nigerian Ghanaian, but I currently reside in Nigeria. I am a cultural storyteller and a digital archivist at the Center for Memories in Enugu State, Nigeria. Thank you.
Dumela. Yeah. Bonsoir. Je m'appelle Nametso Dire. Je viens de Botswana. And that's the little French I can speak so fast. Yes, I'm a statistician, currently pursuing my PhD studies at Botswana International University of Science and Technology. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to Codesria and AFRIAK.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blaise Dabu from Mali. I studied in Kenya at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. So I'm a civil engineer currently working at Kurika Mining Services as quality control manager. I'm also an assistant part-time lecturer at University of Ségou in Mali. So happy to be here.
Ekason. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour, bonsoir. Je m'appelle Abefa Donsin. My name is Abefa Donsin. Orúkọ mi ni Abefa Donsin. From Nigeria, I am a graduate student in cultural and media studies and a cultural editor in the music business space. Thank you.
I'm going to echo Fadunsi and say Ekaro. Ekaso, actually. Ekaso. My name is Boluwatito Sanusi, and I am a graduate student at the Institute of African Studies, University of Ibadan. And I'm also an editor working in book publishing.
Okay, I think you didn't get the response. So when I say Ekason, you say, oh. So I'm going to go again now. Ekason. Yeah, thank you. My name is Matilda Inyoluwanimi Adigbola. I'm also a graduate student from the University of Ibadan. And then I'm also a media project manager. Thank you.
OK, merci pour ces présentations. Vous voyez que c'est un groupe très diversifié, que ce soit par pays ou par domaine. Je vais donc leur laisser la parole de présenter la substance de leur présentation.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Just like I have said, my name is Patogu Hlenyembe, and I'll be presenting on behalf of our group, which is mentored by Professor Simpiwe Sesanti. And I'll be presenting also with my fellow colleague, Boluwatito. We are honored today to present our assignment findings. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to walk you through. We'll cover 5 key areas, which include the working group, our strength group areas of improvement that we have identified through our peer reviews, common themes connecting our concept notes, the collaboration activities we have proposed within our group, and finally, the policy actions we have recommended and their potential impact. Sorry. So this is basically our group. Our group is composed of 10 fellows, which are representing 7 countries across Africa, and we are united by a shared mission. I'm not going to introduce everyone, but I hope you can see their names and their pictures on the screen. So coming to our strength across the concept notes. We have identified through our peer review common strengths that are found within our concept notes. First is with the alignment with AFRIAK priorities. Every proposal links indigenous knowledge directly to real African challenges, whether in health, education, climate, digital preservation, or creative sector. This isn't abstract research. It's grounded in tangible problems that communities face. The second is participatory engagements. Our project treats knowledge holders as co-researchers, not subjects. We are employing approaches like community-based participatory research, co-designing, and feminist participatory methods. This reflects a fundamental shift in how research is conducted with communities, not on the communities. Also, public-facing outputs. Our proposals extend beyond academia to include policy briefs, toolkits, documentaries, podcasts, community archives. We are also committed to making our research accessible and useful beyond university walls. Also, another strength was coherent research design. Most notes demonstrated clear logic, connecting research problems, questions, methods, and expected outputs. This clarity strengthens our proposals and makes them more compelling to funders and also collaborations. These strengths reflect our group's commitment to rigorous community-centered and impactful research that serves African communities first. Okay, then we also identified areas of growth. So as we have said, with the strength that we have identified, no work is perfect. And we have identified several areas where our proposals can grow. Firstly, it's within the theoretical framing. Some notes name a methodology like the community-based participatory research without making explicit the indigenous, African, or decolonial framework behind it. The fix isn't simply adding theory, It's ensuring the framework actually shapes our research questions, data collection, analysis, and also the outputs. The theory should do the work, not just sit on the page. Then methodological specificity. We need more detail on how communities and knowledge holders are selected, what fieldwork procedures look alike, how data will be analyzed, and how findings translate into the proposed outputs. These details matter. They demonstrate rigor and respect. Community ownership and ethics. We must move beyond general statements of participation to specify who owns the knowledge, who decides how it's used, and how communities are going to benefit. This means addressing concerns, intellectual property issues, attribution, and compensation. These ain't just ethical boxes that we need to check, but they are fundamental to decolonial and research practice. Also, it is rethinking validation. The language of validation, validating indigenous knowledge, risk positioning Western science as the ultimate authority, as if indigenous knowledge needs science's stamp of approval to be legitimate. Our recommendation is to frame science and indigenous knowledge as complementary knowledge systems, each legitimate on its own context. One doesn't validate the other. They can learn from each other. Scope and feasibility. Many proposals combine ambitious academic, policy, community, digital, and creative outputs. While those are appealing, many of these combinations are difficult to deliver within the 7-month AFRIAK period. We need to therefore prioritize what matters most and what's realistic in the time available. It's better for us to do fewer things than many things superficially. These areas for growth ain't criticisms, they are opportunities to strengthen our work and make it more rigorous, ethical, and also impactful. Recommendations moving forward. I'm fast. Hi, slowly. Okay. I'm loud or I'm fast? I'm fast. Okay, I'll try to be slow and also not raise my voice too high. Okay, recommendations moving forward. Based on our peer reviews, here are 4 key recommendations moving forward. For us to move forward, we need to strengthen the connection between theory, epistemology, methodology, and research questions. We also need to increase methodological specificity in selection, roles, data processes, and pathways to outputs. Formalize community participation and knowledge governance regarding consent, ownership, and benefit sharing. Also to reconsider the language and practice of validation of indigenous knowledge. And lastly, to prioritize feasible, sustainable outputs which are realistic within the 7-month fellowship. This recommendation will guide us both on our individual projects and also to our collective work going forward. They represent our commitment to doing this work with integrity and rigor. I shall move on to our common themes that we have identified across all concept notes. So we have 3 common themes. The first one is the digital sovereignty. The theme is digital sovereignty ethics and the politics of representation. This theme examines how power, ethics, and epistemology shape the digitization of indigenous knowledge. We have 3 projects in this cluster. One is from Nigeria, which is working on platforming indigenous knowledge, investigating how digital platforms and algorithms reauthor and monetize cultural memory. We also have the project from Botswana, which is a project that is developing statistical frameworks for digitizing indigenous knowledge, grappling with the challenge of digitizing knowledge without being its context without losing its context and meaning. And the last one is from Egypt, which is working on documenting women's indigenous knowledge through participatory film, raising critical questions about authorship, voice, and who gets to tell the story. Collectively, these projects ask who has the right to represent, digitize, and benefit from indigenous knowledge? How do we ensure that digital preservation doesn't become digital extraction? The second theme is on climate resilience. Indigenous knowledge for climate resilience and sustainable livelihoods, where we see distinct ecosystems yielding comparable solutions to shared global challenges. We have also three projects under this theme, which is from Togo, which is researching on climate change perceptions and adaptation, exploring how farmers use indigenous knowledge to understand and respond to a changing climate. We have another project from Mali in the Sahel region, a project called Ter Armilori, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, which is focusing on climate resilient housing, centering indigenous earth and architecture to a sustainable climate appropriate technology. And then the last one is from Eswatini, which is revitalizing indigenous food heritage, which is a health focused project that's fundamentally about food sovereignty and nutrition security. These projects demonstrate how indigenous knowledge offers practical, locally appropriate solutions to climate challenges, solutions that are often more sustainable and culturally appropriate than imported technologies. The other common theme is on pedagogy and transmission. Pedagogy transmission and the revitalization of indigenous knowledge systems. This theme addresses a shared challenge keeping knowledge alive across generations. We have the project from Eswatini on food heritage, which implies educational programs for community transmission. Documenting is not enough. We need to teach. From Cameroon, a project examining how indigenous games can serve a pedagogical tool in forming education, turning play into learning. Then we have the project from Nigeria, on Yoruba women and healing practices that focuses on transmission of healing knowledge passed through lineage as a living system, not a museum piece. Then the last is from Egypt, which is a participatory documentary film which using filmmaking itself as a tool for pedagogy, both for the community and wider audiences. These projects recognize that revitalization isn't just about preservation, it's about active living, transmission. Knowledge must be practiced, taught, and also passed on. I will then hand over to Boluwatito to continue with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you so much. So just quickly to kind of summarize and go over our proposed areas of collaboration. So we are thinking that we could, from the proposal from Nigeria and the proposal from Botswana, could collaborate to design statistical frameworks for designing indigenous knowledge. And then the proposal from Egypt and the proposal from Nigeria could also collaborate to talk about and to think about workshops on who gets to kind of tell stories. Sorry. Sorry, I'm very conscious of the time. I'm so sorry. But just thinking through who gets to tell stories and how. And then under indigenous knowledge as a tool for climate resilience and sustainable livelihoods, we are thinking that the proposal on the perceptions of climate change could be compared with other cases across the continent. So we have people here from Nigeria, from Togo, from Lesotho, just to kind of see how farmers and indigenous people, how they've historically combated climate change. And then on pedagogy transmission and revitalization, we are thinking that the project from Eswatini and the project from Cameroon could think about integrating indigenous games in learning, as well as thinking about food and how to integrate food in learning as well. So moving on to our proposed policy impact. So moving on to our proposed policy actions, we have three. and that is to mandate a community-led digital sovereignty protocol to integrate indigenous knowledge into national adaptation plans and agricultural extension, and finally to embed indigenous pedagogies in national curricula. And so for the very first one, which is to our digital sovereignty protocol, what we are thinking is that in the short term, sorry, just give me 2 seconds. Yeah, in the short term, economically, we will generate creation. This could lead to the generation of creation of new local digital economy jobs. In the medium term, it could lead to the emergence of community-owned digital enterprises that can generate revenue for the community. And in the long term, it could lead to a new ethical digital community economy sector rather. And then socially and culturally, in the short term, women will be recognized as the primary holders of knowledge that they are. And in the long term, intergenerational transmission will be supported. And then under governance and policy, and we think that a national policy in each of our individual regions could be developed, which could ultimately lead to an AU continent-wide policy on AI and digital economies. And then going on to the second one, which is integrating IK into national adaptation plans and agricultural extension. So economically, in the short term, farmers that don't know about these indigenous knowledge practices would be able to kind of adapt this into the work that they are doing. And then in the long term, this will be able to build like resilient and diversified agricultural systems that exist outside of these world organizations that kind of dominate the system right now. And socially and culturally, in the short term, the status of indigenous knowledge keepers are elevated because their knowledge is formally recognized. And in the long term, this will strengthen our communities and their resilience to climate change. And then other governance and policy, in the short term, sorry, just to quickly finish, moving on to the last one, which is to embed indigenous pedagogies in national curriculum. And we just think that it will impact us economically because students are going to be able to, they will have preparation, business preparation, and then socially and culturally, students will be able to connect with their culture, and this will lead to what Professor Sisanti said about, creating like minds. And then lastly, under governance and policy, this will also impact. Thank you very much. Thank you to Codesria. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. Il faut encore les applaudir. Hein? Ouais. C'est un peu compliqué hein, quand vous avez beaucoup de choses à dire dans un bref délai. C'est un exercice que nous devons ensemble apprendre. Oui, on a vu que vous êtes très rapide. Je ne veux pas que mes frères, mes sœurs francophones ne puissent revenir encore sur ce débat. Et donc, quand vous allez prendre maintenant la parole pour parler, essayez d'aller posément pour répondre à ces questions. Sinon, votre travail que vous avez fait, qui est un beau travail, ça ne va pas être compris par les autres collègues francophones. Merci. OK, nous avons quelques minutes pour vous de poser quelques questions et des clarifications. Il semble que vous nous aider les interprètes. Les casques ici ne marchent pas bien. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous aider? C'est ça, non? Is that? You don't hear me in English? Okay, it's okay now? Okay. OK. Ceux qui veulent poser des questions ou faire des commentaires. Oui, madame là. Oui, monsieur en blanc. Monsieur au beau milieu là-bas, ça fait 3. Qui encore? Quoi, vous n'avez pas bien saisi ce qu'ils ont dit? Les anglophones, you have questions or comments? OK. Ça fait 4? Ouais, 5. OK. Alors, madame, vous avez la parole.
Merci bien. So I'm going to say thank you very much because you did reflect on this question of community ownership and questions on methodology. So this question is to whichever of you would like to respond. Many people who talk about working with communities tend to focus on this question of data collection and then the question of how you share your knowledge products. I wonder if you could speak to the question of how any of you would be working on returning to your proposal notes and refining the concepts and research your proposals with the communities you're working with, or the question of how you intend to work with data analysis and synthesis, be coming up with the knowledge products with the communities, or the question, and I was interested in that you spoke about platforming indigenous knowledge and spoke about monetizing. And here I'm really thinking about the politics of power and the politics of decision making. How might you begin, are you beginning to think about how you shift the power dynamics between the communities and the researchers, who those two communities? Thank you.
Okay, merci. Monsieur en blanc.
Thank you very much. If I heard correctly, you said that you'll use games to implement indigenous knowledge. So I'm a bit curious, which games are you going to implement? And does those games fit to the community, the system of knowing? This is my question.
Okay, thank you. Le monsieur au beau milieu là-bas.
D'accord, merci pour la parole donnée. Donc, avant toute chose, j'aimerais féliciter les présentateurs donc, pour la qualité de leur présentation. Donc, je pense qu'ils ont parlé d'un aspect qui me paraît très intéressant, à savoir la numérisation des savoirs endogènes. Donc, en ce sens, j'avais une petite question à poser. C'est-à-dire, dans quelle mesure la numérisation des savoirs endogènes donc, peut-elle contribuer à leur préservation, à leur valorisation, et tout en évitant de les dénaturer, c'est-à-dire en évitant le risque de décontextualisation, mais aussi de perte de contrôle par les communautés qui en sont détentrices. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Prof?
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome.
That's the end of it. Fantastic presentation. I really like the approach and the methodology and the careful choice of words, you know, participatory filmmaking, questions around ownership, who owns the knowledge. And I think there's something that all of us can learn in that approach, right? And I just want to give a brief example. I used to be part of a small Marxist group on the campus of the University of Ghana as a student. And we were trying to organize workers, you know, janitors and so on, that were not organized. And our students were very clear about what we had to do. We had to sensitize these people. We had to let them understand class struggle, right? But then through engagement, you get to realize that they actually understand their circumstance. So what we had to do was to actually learn from them. And I'm raising this point because earlier there were comments around sensitization, that we had to sensitize the people around power relations. People in community are aware of those things. And I think when we go into communities, it's important to be very conscious of that and be very kind of deliberate about how we frame that relationship. We're not going to educate, we're actually going to learn first and foremost, and therefore co-learn with the people. I just want to appreciate that and hope we can all learn from that kind of framing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam?
Thank you for your presentation. To the fact that it was fast. J'ai une question là, je vais la poser en français. Parlons de common item, vos thèmes communs. Je n'ai pas bien compris pourquoi vous avez scindé Nigeria, Botswana, Ouganda et tout. Donc, j'aimerais savoir pourquoi vous avez fait comme ça. Est-ce que dans chacun de vos thèmes, il n'y avait pas des expressions scientifiques communes dans lesquelles vous pouviez regrouper vos thèmes par, oui, ainsi. Merci.
OK, merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on a cette question.
Okay, thank you so much. You have asked many questions, but me, I will respond to the last question that I've been asking to our group. Yeah, of course, you said it and you are right. Why we didn't merge all the team? You see, let me give you, for instance, the common team 2 who talk about climate adaptation and climate resilience. When we go across all our thematics, our concept note, actually, we realized that free team was talking about has as a goal to fight against climate change. So when we go deeper, we realize that all those thematics are related by this theme that we have presented, which is about climate adaptation and indigenous knowledge application in agricultural sector. That's why we combine it like that. And the way we put Togo, Sahel, for instance, Sahel, and especially Mali and Eswatini, is a way of us to, you will see further in the presentation that we talk about collaboration. So this will lead to a kind of cross-regional research where we will see how agricultural, how farmers are putting indigenous knowledge into agricultural practices. For instance, in Togo, we can make it very precise by saying that, okay, we want to see how rice producers use indigenous knowledge in order to adapt to climate change. In Togo, we do the same thing in Eswatini and the same thing in Mali. It will be a kind of comparative work we'll be doing from which we have, from the very few experience that I have, we have something nice which we can publish. That's why we did it like that. So I'll give the opportunity to some of my colleagues to respond to some of the questions.
Thank you very much. Concerning the question about which games will be implemented, I want to give you a little story about why I became so interested in this topic. I'm coming from the northwest region of Cameroon, where the Anglophone crisis is, I don't know if you've heard about it. And during this period, most of the children were not going to school. The normal curriculum was disturbed and children were not able to attend schools. And as a teacher, I thought of what I can do at this time. And I watched children play and I played with them. I realized that one of the things they do in the course of playing is that they either learn numeracy, they learn cooperation, they learn how to take turns, they learn patience. And that gave me an opportunity to think otherwise, that this is something that can be integrated into the classroom. I'm saying to say that these are indigenous games could be learned in the local community. I'm not going to do it as a kind of a thing. I'm going to be looking at a local area, a specified community in which I am coming from. And then concerning, does it fit into the community? Yes, it does, because first of all, before doing this, I have to consult the knowledge holders, which involves the parents, like Prof said yesterday, the parents, the teachers themselves, like my colleagues, and the children. I'm going to take into consideration all of these things. So it is actually going to fit into the community in which I am coming from, and definitely my field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the questions, and maybe I can intervene in the part of the community ownership question and intervention. Maybe by going back to my research, it's about indigenous knowledge for women in Egypt and how it's documented and transmitted through generations through documentary films, through media, but specifically through documentary films. So women in Egypt has several types or several fields of indigenous knowledge, like food knowledge, like oral knowledge, ritual and social knowledge, environmental knowledge. So there are different fields. But really, thanks to this workshop and thanks to what we have learned in the past week about the concept of community engagement and the concept of going back and sharing your results with the community, it's something that I never thought about it before and never mentioned in any of my previous studies. So I think that women would be interested to see how their knowledge are documented in movies, how they are told, how is it in the same way, in the same right way, or maybe I am using captions or using other words that changes the meaning. So I hope that I answered this question. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to answer the question of politics of power, decision making between researchers and the community. So when I was thinking about the concept notes, I actually thought of this because I am a digital archivist at the Center for Memories. And one of the things that one of the things that I do is try to tell the stories of the Igbo people who are part of the southeastern region of Nigeria, and have realized over time that while telling these stories, some of the posts that I make blow up. So people get to know about these people, and we get, engagement and sometimes a little bit of money from that. But then it doesn't reflect. I've never ever thought about, going back to the community to say, this is what we made, this is how your post made, this is how knowledge from your community, blew up online or something. And it's what I thought about when I was, thinking about the concept notes. And it's why one of my expected outputs is a framework on digital heritage for African cultural institutions. So because I work for an African cultural institution or a museum, I understand that we're trying to digitize, but then when you're gaining something from the knowledge or indigenous knowledge of other communities, you also have to be able to go back and, which is what I plan to understand when I go to the field. I don't know that yet. I don't know how the revenue sharing would work, but I hope to be able to achieve that by the end of the research. Also, someone asked, what extent can digitization of indigenous knowledge contribute to the valorization without giving rise to lack of control? I think it's also something that I have some concern over, which is why as part of my research, I am going to do a workshop between the African heritage storytellers and some indigenous knowledge keepers, who would then help us understand how best to spread information or knowledge on indigenous knowledge so as not to maybe minimize what particular culture we're trying to talk about or just miss the point totally. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. We really appreciate them, and we take them as guidelines as we'll be working on our concept notes going forward. Just to add on maybe to what my colleague just said, in terms of collaboration and how we're exactly planning on how to do the collaboration. For example, just speaking on the theme that my concept note falls under digitization, I will be looking into doing a statistical framework that will help in digitizing indigenous knowledge without losing context. So there is a measure in mathematics called entropy. It was developed by a mathematician called Shannon in the 1940s. He was using this measure to try and measure the amount of information that can be lost in transmission. This was during the times when using telephones was still new. So he noticed there's a problem that sometimes there's information that's lost in transmission. For example, on a phone call, when you're talking with someone, you can say, hello, prof, but on the other end, the person only receives prof instead of the whole statement that you had said. So he came up with this measure to try and measure how much exactly is lost during a phone call. So I'm going to try and introduce this measure in my study to try and measure how much context is lost as we're digitizing indigenous knowledge. And then, well, of course, the measure entropy was developed over the years by other mathematicians, but that will just be my starting point, and I'll see which one really works best. And
If it's good, I'm going to share the methodology with my other colleagues that will also be doing work on digitization. So thank you.
Sorry, yeah, I think it's important that I say this. And I'm so happy that while I and my group members were coming about or like constructing, building our concept note, one of our outposts, like one of the things that we really wanted to do was something that would include these knowledge holders, something that's like an output that would involve them, and we are not just delivering to them, but like it would involve them. And this is one of the reasons we added a podcast, a narrative podcast. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, and I'm happy that coming here, we are meeting the same idea, the same orientation. Thank you very much, Kodeshia. Thank you, AFRIAK. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, apologies to my Francophone brothers and sisters. And then second, just to kind of echo what she said. So when we were even coming, when we're thinking about our concept note and thinking about our application, one of the most important things for us was how do we ensure that these people, like our project is on women healers, right? And so we're like, how do we ensure that women healers actually feel like held and like understood and actually feel like they are a part of our research, and not just that we are doing research on them, and how do we also return the research to them. And so while we were thinking about our concept note, we thought about a podcast, and we're thinking through how that podcast would look like, who it to involve and all that. But I'm also really grateful for to Codesria for this workshop, because I think it has really kind of helped us to and think through what exactly giving back will look like, and also kind of the stakes of that. And just very quickly about the power dynamics, I think one thing we've noticed, especially related to our research, is that these women healers know that they hold power. They know that their information is power. And I think that they're already very cognizant of that, and they're very protective, and they recognize that power. And so we coming to the table, we are coming as, okay, we know you hold this power, and we would love for you to like share it and involve. So I don't think, I'm sure there will be some power dynamics that we'll have to think through, but the people we are working with already recognize the fact that they are the holders of the power. So thank you very much.
I think they've said everything, but but I also want to just like add this little bit that also while thinking about our proposal, we're not viewing indigenous knowledge keepers as these people that are like far away, far removed. They are people around us. Like they are like people that we wake up every morning and we encounter. The subject of our work, those that will be involved in, are people that we see on a daily basis as well. So yeah, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. J'espère que la question concernant la méthodologie, comment vous allez améliorer votre méthodologie, a été bien comprise et a été répondue. Sinon, est-ce que quelqu'un peut encore clarifier ce que vous avez appris? Qu'est-ce que cela apporte pour améliorer votre méthodologie?
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for the floor. First of all, what I want to say is whatever we have projected here on our slide is a kind of proposition as the organizing team asks us to do it. But we have an idea about if a kind of collaboration work we have to do, we have an idea about it. Because when you see one common theme that we have, under that we have different themes which are related. So if maybe one of the team is selected, what we do is to go through all the themes that are under this common theme, and we study all those methodologies to come up together with one concrete methodology. And what we learn here, which can help us to be more concise and precise in our methodology is the matter of co-design. This methodology has to be co-designed with the IK keepers. That will help us a lot. And I cannot thank you for sharing this theme particularly, this word if you want, with us, which will help us a lot. Thank you again for the organized committee. I think my colleagues have something to say.
Merci. I just wanted to say that, like I said, I'm a statistician, so I'm in the field of dealing with numbers every day. So coming here was like moving from numbers to stories. So it had been a challenge for me being here the whole time, and sometimes I did feel a bit out of place with what I was learning. I did learn a lot. I think I should also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Paul for his presentation yesterday, because he put a lot of things into perspective for me. Because I would normally, in the talks that we were receiving, I would pick up some words like participatory, narrative, and I didn't even know these are the methods of analysis. So he really, yesterday's presentation was really good for me. Now I listen to these stories, as I for lack of a better word, and I'm able to understand a bit more. So it will actually help me with also how I construct my paper.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I won't waste your time. I actually have a question that I kindly want to ask our professors and mentors here. I kind of have a kind of confusion digitization. So we already understand ethical concerns on intellectual property, and then we understand that when we researchers and digital archivists as well go to communities to seek how to best define their knowledge, we understand that whatever output we get is also co-owned by these communities. But I also want to ask, when Europeans, especially for African countries, especially for Africa, I mean, we are all Africans here, we understand that the Europeans colonized us, and when they came, they did a lot of research on us as well, and they did a lot of documentaries, a lot of videos, a lot as well. I want to understand this, if these ethical concerns also apply to them, because as a digital archivist, I understand that there are some properties, intellectual properties I have no right to use, even though they belong to my people, but because shot by me, my people, it was shot by them, they have the right over. So I just want to ask this question.
OK. Et bonsoir à tout le monde. Je voudrais rebondir sur la méthode de collecte des données, notamment dans certaines communautés où c'est vraiment un challenge. Voilà, j'ai été confronté à des cas dans le passé, voilà, où on était parti dans une communauté faire des collectes de données. Donc, quand on est arrivé, on s'est adressé directement à un jeune qui était avec son père. Donc, bon, nous, dans notre compréhension, on pense que lui, les jeunes, on se comprend. Et voilà, le vieux dit que finalement, le fait qu'on s'est adressé directement aux jeunes, il ne va plus nous répondre.
OK, merci beaucoup. Ils veulent m'embêter là en prenant tout mon temps. Les professeurs qui ont écouté la question de la dame, vous pouvez répondre après parce qu'on n'a pas assez de temps. Je crois que nous allons maintenant applaudir cette équipe qui vient de finir. Merci à vous. Hein? Comme le professeur Ayemi s'annonce, s'avance. J'espère qu'il va dire de bonnes choses pour nous tous. Hein?
Espérons. Merci beaucoup. Donc, nous allons inviter professeur Doyin à venir nous rejoindre.
Merci. Okay, so I'd like to invite my dear friend, Professor Santi, to come over. An applause for him. I was just teasingly saying that so far he's the only mentor that we have who has taught his fellows to ask us questions. Congratulations. We see the color. Color purple, just like mine. Okay, so. Okay, Matilda. Easy. Are we taking a picture? For sure. Tama. Olivia. Okay, Tam. Okay. All right. Pat Johnson. Abby. Pat. College. She loves it. I see. Patsokole. Yambu. Pussy. Ice. Tito. Donia. Namitso. Blaze. Nana.
Vous avez refusé maintenant d'applaudir vos collègues. Hein, pourquoi?
Alice Walker. Yeah. Color purple.
Okay, so
Thank you very much. I think it's all good. Thank you. Yes. Prof. Abuka received his thing in private, so that's why he hasn't received it now. So we take a picture of the mentor with his fellows. Dear mentors,
OK, merci beaucoup. Merci à vous. Nous appelons ici le groupe 2. Mochebe. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien prononcé, mais le groupe Mochebe. Ils sont où? Mais vous n'applaudissez pas vos collègues. C'est quoi? Vous dormez ou bien vous n'êtes pas content cet après-midi? Il n'y a qu'un coq de la basse-cour dans le groupe 1. Pas mal. Puis il y en a encore. You are the only one, only man in the group. Hein? OK. OK, merci beaucoup à ce groupe, deuxième groupe de Motiebe, prof Motiebe. Et je vais vous donner la parole pour vous présenter et après présenter la substance de ce que vous avez fait comme de groupe. Alors, would like to take the floor first to start the introduction.
thank you so much. We are the group under Professor Ntabiseng. I think we should first introduce ourselves. So, on a selfish note, let me begin. So, I'm called Rona Ampire from Uganda. I'm a teacher and an educational researcher, and I'm happy that I'm moving away from academic research and going into indigenous knowledge and then giving back to the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I get nervous when I try to speak English. My name is Yvette Martins. I'm from Mozambique. I speak Portuguese. I have a degree in art, dance, and I'm also clinical psychology student.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wooly, and I have a background in anthropology, specialized in heritage sciences, and I come from Madagascar. So I'm very happy to be here. So thank you very much for Codesia and MasterCard Foundation for this amazing opportunity.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Tobegida Masumbuga. I am a lecturer in the English department with a background in literary studies.
Sanbonani Togozani Ndauwe. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lerato Mutabi. I have a background in architecture. I'm a practicing traditional healer from South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bukumi Ajitoni. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Theatre at University of Badon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ekason, Bubole. Hope you're all doing fine. Odunayo Ojebode is the name, a farmer, also a research fellow with the Department of, with Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je sais que la dame à côté de moi va parler doucement, doucement. She will slow down so that everyone will hear what you will be presenting. And I think this goes for the others who are going to present it also.
Thank you. I'll slow down. So we've done what we call division of labor. So we are three. Thank you. So as you've seen, we are a group of 9, those who are not around. We are made up of 7 ladies and 2 gentlemen coming from Uganda, Madagascar, Namibia, Mozambique, South Africa, and Nigeria. So we reviewed 9 concept notes, and they represent different backgrounds, and these they don't see. No. So our presentation begins with a background, then it identifies the themes, the methodologies, the findings, recommendations, collaboration and cooperation, and then policy action. The background, I've talked about this. So our background comes from different areas of expertise, and these include education, anthropology, psychology, architecture, conservation ecology, software engineering, and biometric. The review from all this has given us an opportunity to present our findings from a diversity of perspectives, and this has enriched our collective findings. Now let me move you through our findings section, beginning with weaknesses. First, we found that some of the methodologies were extractivist. And what does this mean? It means that they had good intentions, but many of the researchers were still approaching the communities as sources of knowledge or data, not as partners. So they view the communities as sources of information and then leave no room for meaningful engagement and benefit of the community. The community is seen as a source of research, not as co-creators of knowledge. Secondly, there is lack of clarity. Some of the concept notes, theoretical frameworks were not clearly explicit. They could not tell who the knowledge keepers were or what knowledge lineages the research was coming from. So for example, some of the concept notes mentioned indigenous knowledge systems, but they did not define what they meant in their specific contexts. Thirdly, the ethical frameworks and the intended outputs were unclear. Some of the concept notes indicated publications as their main output, but then few mentioned what the community would really receive or would get. Then, despite these weaknesses, we also found several strengths. For example, the research questions were clearly benefiting the IK keepers. The studies are not just academic, but they are designed with the communities in mind. In addition, the researchers prioritized relationality. This means that they understand that research is not a one-way process. They foreground the community and the knowledge keepers, and they recognize the relationship between the researcher and the community. Furthermore, there is one concept note that foregrounds women. And this is very important because women are seen as indigenous knowledge keepers in the research. So this one abstract highlighted that women are important practitioners and transmitters of IK, and they focus on how their economic knowledge can benefit the communities across. And finally, we have a solution for these weaknesses. And first of all, we acknowledge where knowledge comes from. We need to look at our theoretical frameworks, the sources of information, the ethical frameworks, and focus on benefiting the knowledge keepers and the communities to avoid being extractivists. And secondly, we must acknowledge the ethical frameworks. That is, researchers should be asking themselves what the community will be benefiting from the research. So we need to look at things like training materials. We need to focus on tangible outputs. We need to look at capacity building, and then focus on what has been termed as reciprocity. Thank you. I now welcome my brother to present the common themes and the identified themes.
All right, thank you very much. So moving forward, despite the fact that group is made up of members from 8 countries rather, 9 members from 8 countries, we have common themes. And these themes include, includes orality and literacy, where we have 2 members who are looking at storytelling as a medium of engaging the indigenous people. Then we also have some members who are into agriculture and climate responses, looking at climate responses as IK keepers and how we could engage them, those people who are in the local area, who are the IK keepers, and with the view to have a better production. And then also have some of our members who are looking at indigenous medicine as in comparison to the contemporary one, and how this could also be harnessed in sustainable development. They also looked at a section looking at the sustainable economy, that is somebody who is looking at the apprenticeship in the local, in a part of Nigeria, in a part of Uganda, apprenticeship, looking at the pedagogies rather, and how this could be conserved, even though it has been in existence, but it could be conserved and then continue with the view that the practice is transgenerational. Then also look at another thing is the heritage section of it, that is the conserving the heritage of our people. Then the methodology includes the field work, and then the archival analysis, and then dialogue. Most of our research will be focused on interview. Some of the methodology include interview, the FGDs, and among other methods. Then it will also include storytelling. Basically, we have two people who will be involved in storytelling as a way to teach and then to pass across the knowledge to the people, especially those of the younger generation. And yes, in the long run, we have a lot of common ground. One of the points that we could see also is the fact that most of our researches are embedded in AFRIAK's background and then core values. And that is where you can see that the indigenous people are not left behind. The framework, the conceptualizing of and then inclusion of indigenous knowledge in the curriculum of the education of, for example, that of Uganda, as is being taken as a project by one of our members. Then, so generally, we are collaborating. We have very good common ground to be able to do this research. And okay, just to round up before I move to the second person, is the fact that there's a lot of participation, as this research is not going to be like the conventional research, which is more of extracting from the community, but more of participatory. And that is why one of the research is going to look at the farm calendar, climate calendar for the farmers, looking at the knowledge of the farmers and bringing it to the conventional climate forecast, rather, climate forecast, and merging this together with the view that the lapses is not there, and the people, the farmers, they are not left behind, even with the intervention of technology and the rest of them. So everybody is being carried along. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. Look at the common themes and the collaboration. So we move on to the last section now, which is going to be talking about the policy action and conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Odonayo, for this presentation. I will now continue with our policy actions, and then I will briefly share what we have learned as a group. So first, we recommend recognizing indigenous knowledge keepers as co-creators in research, education, and community development initiatives. We believe that knowledge keepers should not only be seen as a participant or sources of information. Instead, they should have a meaningful role in the research and knowledge production process. Second, we recommend supporting community-led approaches that protect indigenous knowledge transmission, especially among young people and women.
This is important because indigenous knowledge is often transmitted through communities and across generations. Finally, we recommend promoting ethical frameworks based on reciprocity, benefit sharing, and respect of indigenous communities. In other words, research should not only take knowledge from communities, but should also consider what researchers can give back to the community. Moving to our second set of policy actions, we also recommend encouraging policies that integrate indigenous perspectives into contemporary social, economic, and environmental challenges. Across our different projects, we saw that indigenous knowledge is relevant to many areas, including health, education, agriculture, climate response, heritage, and sustainable economies. Therefore, indigenous perspectives should have a place in policy discussion and in responses to contemporary challenges. In addition, we suggest assessing existing heritage policies to see how they can better center indigenous knowledge in different fields, including art, social sciences, engineering, and technology. This is important because indigenous knowledge is not limited to what we traditionally consider as culture or tradition. It can also contribute to different areas of knowledge and development. And finally, we have what we have learned from this process. First, we learned that indigenous knowledge is not simply information that can be collected and documented. It is a living system that communities continue to practice, adapt, and transmit. Second, we learned that research in indigenous knowledge must be collaborative and non-extractivist. Researchers should therefore work with knowledge keepers rather than only studying them. Finally, we learned the importance of acknowledging and honoring AK keepers at all stages of research. Although our projects are different, we found many connections between them. This diversity also showed us the importance of collaboration across different disciplines, countries, and especially areas of research. So our main message is that indigenous knowledge should not only be documented, it should be respected, supported, and allowed to remain a living part of communities and their future. Et pour terminer, je voudrais simplement dire merci à Codeska pour cet espace de partage, d'apprentissage et de collaboration. Et merci aussi à tous les membres du groupe. Et comme on dit chez nous, merci beaucoup pour votre aimable attention. Nous sommes maintenant heureux d'échanger avec vous et de répondre à vos questions. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. C'est un groupe qui est bilingue ou polyglotte. Hein. On a des portugais, français, anglais, what else? Which language? OK. Malgache. OK. Merci beaucoup. Je pense que la présentation est terminée. Je voudrais vous demander si vous avez des questions ou des commentaires ou des appréciations pour aider l'équipe à mieux évoluer dans leurs travaux de recherche. Oui, madame there. Vous là-bas. Oui. Oui, au beau milieu là-bas. Et puis le dernier là-bas. Ça fait 5 déjà, hein? Alors, attendez la deuxième phase. Madame Fatou Anne. Vous là-bas. Vous ici. Au fond là-bas, en jaune là. En jaune yellow. Et ici, un dernier. Oui. Oui, oui, oui. Vous là. Oui. OK. Prof Anne.
Merci. Je vais juste faire un commentaire rapide pour pouvoir laisser les étudiants réagir. Je voudrais revenir sur une précaution que les fellows doivent avoir. On ne peut pas dire qu'on travaille sur les connaissances endogènes et avoir des illustrations qui viennent d'ailleurs. Enfin, vos illustrations trahissent ou contredisent vos ambitions. Vos photos de... Ça, c'est les caractéristiques types de l'extractivisme. Enfin, ce sont les photos classiques de ce qu'on... L'autre chose que je voulais dire, c'est que, et même dans ces illustrations, on va voir par exemple que vous voulez travailler sur les archives et vous me prenez des images de musées qui ne ressemblent pas à nos manières d'archiver les informations et les savoirs. Donc, je pense qu'il faudrait peut-être s'ouvrir dans la manière de présenter et vraiment faire attention à ce que ça colle avec ce que vous prétendez, ou vos ambitions de manière générale. Après, il me semble que dans la partie mesures politiques, je trouve dans votre présentation une ouverture qui est intéressante dans la mesure où vous suggérez de passer même des mesures, des démarches d'une recherche participative à une recherche-action engagée. Pourquoi je le dis? Parce qu'en fait, quand vous parlez d'influencer les politiques ou de mettre en place en fait une sorte de, comment vous l'avez appelé, une sorte de cadre éthique, etc., il me semble que la démarche, la recherche participative, qualitative, etc., c'est un élément, mais de plus en plus, il est aussi important, si on veut influencer les politiques, d'inclure dans les consortiums que nous construisons des politiques qui peuvent aussi mettre en œuvre les actions que nous envisageons. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Please, madame, over there.
Hello. Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. Mine is a question. In your presentation, I didn't quite catch your areas of collaboration and also your output, especially your outputs. So if you can kindly touch on that for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Huh?
Merci beaucoup. Bon après-midi à toutes et à tous. Je félicite l'équipe pour la présentation. J'aimerais savoir quels sont vos grands axes, quels sont les grands axes ou bien quelles sont les différentes thématiques issues de vos recherches. Comment? Merci.
Merci. Yellow, non, la dame qui est au fond là-bas. Oui, vous.
C'est un monsieur.
Non, il y a une dame qui est au fond, ouais. Ah, ok, go ahead. Monsieur au milieu.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je tiens à remercier toute l'équipe pour leur présentation. Je ne sais pas si je vais dire c'est une question ou c'est une suggestion. C'est à l'endroit de toutes les équipes qui ont eu à présenter cette journée, surtout ceux qui veulent valoriser dans le domaine de la médecine.
Pardon, on n'a pas bien entendu là-bas.
Ceux qui veulent valoriser des savoirs endogènes dans le domaine de la médecine.
Ok.
Plusieurs personnes ont parlé des plantes qui veulent valoriser dans ce domaine. Je ne sais pas, j'aimerais attirer l'attention parce que en voulant valoriser ces plantes, je pense qu'elles seront tellement utilisées qu'elles vont commencer par disparaître. Ne pensons-nous pas à aussi intégrer des méthodes de pouvoir pérenniser ces plantes ou les protéger, si possible, intégrer des stratégies de les multiplier de plus. C'est une suggestion de ma part. Puisque dans les axes de Cordésia, il y a aussi le truc de changement climatique, dont la déforestation aussi est l'une des causes de ces changements climatiques que nous avons aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Oui. Madame Dufond, là-bas.
Bonsoir à tous.
Oh. C'est une dame ou c'est un monsieur?
C'est un monsieur.
Good evening.
Ouais.
Yeah, good
Ok.
evening.
Non, mais il y a une dame de l'autre côté là.
Yes.
Là où la caméra est là. Ouais.
Thank
C'est
you
une
very
dame, non?
much.
Ouais. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question which I could as well have asked every other group that has presented, but also mostly to our mentors. And so far, we've heard so much about how important it is that our methodologies are not fundamentally extractive. And yes, I understand that, but I also think that maybe the more important question is, why is the research enterprise itself allowed to define what counts as legitimate knowledge in the first place? And what I mean by that is that as researchers, we're on one side of the divide and the communities are on the other side. So who are we to decide what counts as legitimate knowledge? Isn't that fundamentally extractive, where we position ourselves as possessing the knowledge that the communities or the IK keepers would need to essentially better their lives? And I say this because in embracing a non-extractive model, we are saying that, yes, we have to obtain content, we have to obtain consent, we have to compensate, we have to share ownership and all of that. And it's important, but who designed the rules of the game? I think that the more I look at it, I still have to admit that there is a huge aspect of an extractive model in what we're still doing. And I dare say that this connects to what Professor Y. Zubairu was trying to say the other time when he mentioned how, like it or not, there is still that element of being extractive in our approach. And I hope I haven't misconstrued his concept or his conceptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mais il y a l'homme qui me dit qu'il est homme là. Ouais, vous êtes homme, vous pouvez parler maintenant.
Ok, bonsoir à tous.
Vous parlez.
Moi, je suis Stéphane Kwame de la Côte d'Ivoire. Au fait, je tiens à remercier les présentants pour leur belle présentation. Dans le cadre de leur approche méthodologique, ils ont dit qu'ils allaient utiliser une approche participative. Ma première question, j'en ai trois d'ailleurs. La première est de savoir, selon vous, quelle est la frontière que vous établissez entre faire participer vos acteurs et coproduire avec eux? Maintenant, les deux autres questions est de savoir quels sont vos thèmes communs identifiés et quels sont les axes possibles de collaboration entre ces thèmes-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. OK, je vous donne la parole, vous deux, et puis il y aura plus d'autres sessions. Oui, vous, monsieur? Oui, non, oui, yes. You. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I was actually waiting maybe to speak tomorrow so that I don't leak informations to the next presenter, but I think it's just fine. I've observed in all of our presentations that our methodologies stops at research designs, PAR, participatory action, and that's all. Nobody is talking about sampling. If you're going to be publishing, sampling is key. Your sample size, your sampling techniques, who is going to be included, who is going to be excluded, what's the criteria for exclusion. Your sample size is very, very, very important. Note that whatever you are doing here should not end on the desk or in the shelf. If you intend to publish, one thing reviewers will look out for in your papers is sampling techniques, which nobody is mentioning. And so it is very important you understand the sampling techniques that are. We have the purposive, we have the stratified sampling, you have the snowballing. All of these techniques are things that you must take notes. In fact, I expected that you should have proposed a sampling techniques you should have proposed a sampling size. Definitely, when you now get to the community, you will definitely redesign a lot of things. And so for those who will be presenting later, let's have an idea that you understand what sampling techniques is, the sampling approaches you want to use, whether you are using purposive sampling, whether you are using snowballing, because when you get into some of this community, you don't have all of the information, but you will need to start from someone that has information. That person will lead you to another person. That's snowballing. Okay, so you must. Sandballing, the snowballing. Oh,
Sorry.
thank you
There's
very
no-
much. So you must understand. You must understand all of these sampling techniques, and you should propose it. That shows you understand methodology. Because what I found out that is like everybody listened very well since last week to date, and you've incorporated everything we are saying into, but you are stopping at research design. Methodology is beyond the design. There's a technical aspect, which is you must be able to justify your sample size. These are technical areas that when reviewers are looking at, they will like, okay, this scholar understands what she's doing, what he's doing, justification of the sample size, justification of the location you are picking. All of these things are not done randomly. Then the other thing I noticed that they are not saying is, how do you intend to analyze your data? Data will be analyzed. How? You don't just stop there. What are you going to use to analyze data? If you are doing a mixed method, how do you want to analyze your quantitative? How do you want to analyze your qualitative? So all of those details are very important. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. C'est très important ce qu'il vient de dire. OK, madame.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on the question that our sister asked. I was struck that your presentations, one of the things you said was that the questions of ethics was very important. So I was wondering if any of you could speak to an ethical dilemma, conundrum, or challenge that you hadn't thought about before you came and has become illuminated for you in the conversations that you have had, and something that you are now thinking about doing to resolve it. I think this question of ethics that she brought out and saying, I think she gave a wonderful illustration, but what are some of the ethical dilemmas you are grappling with that you don't necessarily have answers to yet?
Merci beaucoup. Want to take the floor?
I can start the side at the back. I can start, Mama, and then we'll this way.
Okay.
Thank you for the questions and comments. I'd like to address them moving from the back to the front. With the question about methodologies, someone else will take the one on ethics. Thank you on that one. With the one on methodologies, so the presentation we had, we kept in mind that we have a limit of 15 minutes to present. With 10 people on the group, it was not enough time or space for us to address all the different methodologies that come into the research that we're all doing. To answer another question that was in the back, we do have similarities and rooms for collaboration. Two of us are doing research that involves teaching and curriculum design, while four of us are doing research on medicinal herbs as alternatives in the spaces of medicine. And so I would also like to challenge the confusion that might be created through the question around methodologies. The word that you used was publishing, whereas we have in mind that we have room for more creative forms of outputs that I think might not involve sampling in the ways that we have understood it in the academy. I might be wrong, but then it sort of complicates the freedom that we have so been given to explore different ways of producing outputs that extend beyond sampling in the forms of a methodology or publication as the singular output that we might get from this. And then with regard to another note I could make on the outputs themselves, because we are in the process of refining our concept notes, we understand that there is still room for improvement. And so because we've understood that the outcomes that we've come with here before we attended this induction were very standard and conventional, as it was demonstrated on the slides. But through the conversations we've had as colleagues, we are now more open-minded in terms of what could potentially come from the research that we're doing. And so there's room for us to explore these things and to also transform the methodologies themselves. With regard to the pictures in the presentation, I actually enjoy, because this was a group member who did the template of the presentation, I enjoy that they were illustrations rather than AI images, which would have been easier to use, yes, but then which perpetuate the biases of Western frameworks in terms of what indigenous knowledge systems or whatever practices fields we represent would represent. And so I think the pictures themselves, again, they were meant to serve a purpose of just illustrating the fields we represent, not necessarily illustrating the frameworks that we need to implement in our research.
Good afternoon again. I'd just like to piggyback on what my sister said about the images. So as someone that heavily works in illustration, it's very difficult to find stock images that are representative of African identities. There's a colleague of mine, yes, I see you disagree, but in architecture specifically and in graphic design, there are colleagues of mine that are actually working on developing AI tools, for instance, that once you prompt them, they're able to output illustrations that are more representative of indigenous and Black people, the African community at large. So, but we are grateful for that comment nonetheless. I'd like to also speak on the issue of medicinal plants and these plants possibly disappearing. So if you follow the principle of Ubuntu, I've heard people mostly on Ubuntu, but Ubuntu extends beyond personhood. It also speaks to how we deal with land and also how we deal with spirituality. So if you extend Ubuntu beyond personhood, you'll understand that there is existing indigenous conservation strategies that mitigate that risk of plant life completely disappearing. That's why in South Africa, for instance, in Johannesburg, we have a place called Faraday Muti Market. Every time I go to Faraday Muti Market as a practicing healer, I've never once in the years that I've practiced encountered a situation where they said Umkanyagute is out of stock. That is because there are indigenous principles that are used as guidelines in how to conserve and preserve these plants that we speak of. And then on the issue of extractive research, I think it's also important to emphasize that this knowledge that we speak of is not ours for the taking. So unlike how the colonizer approached research, we are trying to position ourselves in understanding that this knowledge is not ours to take, keep, and translate as we please. This knowledge belongs to indigenous communities. They are the custodians of the knowledge. They therefore are the ones that should guide how that knowledge is dealt with and how that knowledge is interpreted, if at all. And then on the issue of methodology and sampling, so I have a question that counters Prof's argument. So for some of our research, we cannot sample using Western techniques. For instance, I'm a practicing healer and the project I'm working on was led by Idlozi. I dreamt of it. And my sample group also had a similar dream. So how would I then justify that? So is it dreamscape sampling?
All right, thank you very much. I'll answer to the questions on common thoughts and themes. Before, when we started, actually, we mentioned, if I'm right, 7 or 8 themes. And the first talks about the conservation ecology. That is to help us think about indigenous ecological knowledge and their environmental relationships. Why the architecture there? It's to help examine how IK can actually be embedded in physical spaces and heritage. Then we talked about the literature, storytelling and all. That is to help tell that storytelling is not, okay, storytelling is a means of actually passing out, passing or knowing more about indigenous stuff. But then many people tend to think it's just entertainment. No, it's not. So the literature there, it's to tell that, to help understand storytelling, to help understand orality, and again, the transmission of knowledge. Okay, it's too loud. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. The transmission of knowledge through narrative. Then we talked about anthropology too. We are trying to tell you the collaboration between our works. That's what we are talking about now. So the anthropology there, it helps to examine how knowledge within everyday social and cultural practices can be known to people. Then in regards to technology, other disciplines too, they are there to help document what you. Okay, can you, okay. To help, the technology part there is to help document what you've learned, what your result, your output, and all. Then agriculture there too is to tell that indigenous ecological knowledge rather is connected to farming. It's connected to their decision. It's connected to farmers' decisions, how they protect food and every other thing like that. So it's we made mention of this. Then we talked about indigenous medicine too. Two persons are working on indigenous medicine in our group. One is on Madagascar, yes, and that is to tell how how medicinal plants, how you can have more knowledge about medicinal plants to cure. And the other one is Badiga too. It's to tell how urban knowledge urban medicine, the knowledge of urban medicine can actually be transmitted from one generation to another. So we talked about heritage architecture and all. So it's just to, then we talked about, sustainability economic too. Someone made mention of it, the person that wrote on how women can be involved in contributions in such that, not everything you ask your husband for. How women can be autonomy, yeah. So she talked about sustainability in economics. So our work is actually interwoven, connected, collaborative.
Thank you all. We still had a question, and this question was directed to our mentors. It was about what counts as legitimate knowledge. Could you please help us and answer that?
Alors, je voulais revenir un peu sur la participation et la collaboration. En fait, la participation, c'est à la recherche et la production pour nous va plus loin, comme les chercheurs et les knowledge keepers produisent ensemble les connaissances et puis participent aux décisions sur la recherche. Et la différence principale, c'est le rôle de la communauté dans la recherche, parce que dans une recherche classique, la communauté peut surtout fournir les informations, mais dans la production, les knowledge keepers participent aussi à la définition, à l'interprétation et au partage des connaissances. Alors, on produit donc le ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci. Moi, je voulais juste dire quelque chose par rapport aux plantes qui disparaissent. Ceux qui étaient au Togo l'année passée sont allés voir des tradithérapeutes qui ont leur propre jardin botanique avec des plantes qu'ils utilisent pour pouvoir traiter les maladies. Et donc, je pense que pour lutter contre la disparition de ces plantes, avec même le changement climatique, le fait d'avoir son jardin botanique permettra aussi de remédier à ce problème-là. Est-ce que les mentors veulent répondre un peu à cette question? Hein? Et puis, au même moment, il y a où se trouve la limite entre une recherche participative et la coproduction des savoirs. Et donc, si les mentors peuvent aider à répondre à ces questions qui n'ont pas été répondues ici, je peux vous donner la parole. OK. Qui d'autre encore? Bon, OK, il n'a qu'à. OK, d'accord. Allez-y. No, you. OK. Go.
Ok, merci. C'était pour revenir à la question de Dr. Paul, qui a fait une remarque que la plupart des présentations n'ont pas insisté. Si vous remarquez, il y a même pas, il y a certaines présentations qui n'ont pas de méthodologie, parce qu'on nous a donné un guide au niveau du codicea où on doit mettre les différentes parties dans le PowerPoint. On nous a donné un guide. C'est ça le constat. Merci.
OK. Merci. Mais j'espère que vous avez ça dans vos documents respectifs, dans vos méthodologies. Ce qu'il a énoncé est très important. Même si vous ne l'avez pas présenté ici, c'est important de l'élaborer dans votre méthodologie. OK. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to attempt the question not as a mentor, but as somebody who's also grappling with the same thing in my own work. I don't have answers. I just want to try and reflect. I think this question is related to Nanama's earlier point around on what basis do we go to communities to go and research them? And against the background where communities in Africa have been treated as objects, right? By, of course, colonial scholarship, but also mainstream contemporary scholarship. So it seems to me that for an African scholar, there are a couple of points to always ask oneself. The first is the question of relevance. How relevant is the study that I'm proposing to do? But also commitment. What do I hope to achieve with this? Is this about my career? You know, I want to move from senior lecturer to professor, or it is something beyond personal aspiration. But linked to that is also an awareness of this history where people have been treated as objects, and therefore the need to rethink the basis of not just knowledge production, but the relationship of knowledge production. And that's why I think the point by the two friends here around, you know, the freedom to rethink even methodology itself, right? Because if you read the diaries of colonial anthropologists, I mean, it's incredible what they thought of the people they studied. You know, it's really incredible, but they had clear formulaic methods about how to go about this. And I think this is what you can teach us really, that how do we understand, not study people, how do we understand ourselves, knowledge in relationship to others, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not attempting to reflect this as a mentor who knows, but as somebody who's been trained in an academy that is extractive. And I'm trying to move away from that by asking myself questions. And I think you are at the cutting edge of this kind of work, right? Because I wish I had the opportunity when I was doing my master's or PhD to be in a program like this. Maybe I would have turned out better. But I think what I'm trying to say here is that the key thing for me is that openness, that we come from a tradition that is extractive. And therefore, to move away from that, we need to redefine what we are trying to do. We need to ask ourselves the question, how relevant is what we are doing for the context, for the community, but also what is our commitment? Is our commitment a PhD to finish AFRIAK, or our commitment is an intellectual movement? I think Dr. Ayemi used that. I was having a conversation with him. Is this an intellectual movement that attempts to shift the basis of knowledge production and therefore the power relation? So that's my questions, no answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. We give the floor to Prof. Kofi.
Okay, my point connects with what has just been said. I'm not sure whether I'll remember to make this point in my presentation tomorrow. But I'd like to draw attention to one point. Going back to when I defended my PhD thesis. Somewhere in the thesis, I revealed that some of the information I got, especially from my own community, not just that, from members of my own family, they gave them to me with the understanding that I would not go and reveal it anywhere. In fact, they had to ask me to turn off my recording equipment. And they said, this information we are giving you because you need to know. We are about to move on. And we are entrusting you with this information. But it is not for your degree. We don't expect you to go and disseminate this one outside. We have to remember, as scholars, we know about what? Classified information. For our people also, they have their own traditions of classified information. And it will be left to your judgment to decide whether I could have failed my defense. Because all the people on the panel felt that for the sake of what? Knowledge, I should forget about what the knowledge keepers had revealed to me under those restrictions. And I said, I won't. You are not going back into that community. I am going back there. If I break that, it was almost like an oath. If I break it, they will know. The next time I go to them, they won't talk to me again. So it depends on, knowledge for its own sake. Who says it's a standard practice? That's why even at the level of politics, sensitive information will come to you as, say, a head of state. That's why the protocol is there. It can only be made public several years after your death, if it needs to be made public at all. So our people can be very generous in sharing. The same people who I work with. I was there once when a cousin came to do his research he was working on a master's in sociology. My uncle sat him down and talked to him for 5 hours. And he packed his things. When he left, they burst into laughter. He said, well, let him take it. He thinks we are fools to tell him the truth. His father testified against our family in a traditional court. And we lost because of that. And now he comes asking us questions to reveal certain secrets. So we told him something to take away. We're not going to say, we won't tell you anything. So we spoke to him for 5 hours, but it's all a pack of lies. Let him go and see what you can do with it. So it's left to your personal judgment about how you can benefit from the knowledge keepers without breaking certain rules of engagement and conduct and about information and traditions of knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Est-ce que un mentor voulait aussi intervenir par rapport au questionnement? You want to intervene? No. Prof over there? No. From Nigeria? Okay. Okay.
This is just a thought. So I'm just thinking of the classified information that at some point, will that information not be lost? How do we transfer classified information into safe hands and safe spaces so that they are also not lost? Thank you.
To respond? Okay. 1 minute, I'll give the floor. Yeah.
Hello. So it's returning. Okay. So I think a very big conversation that I think is coming up, but perhaps is not necessarily being, I feel, directly considered in the space, which I think Professor Santi then touched on earlier, was that the work that we are doing and the space that we are in is politically charged. It comes back to politics because it comes back to power in all of the work that we're doing. But beyond that, then I think the current space that we are in, to be here at this workshop and to be in a place of, I guess, mentorship, then also brings up the questions of power. Because if we are here in this space and we are engaging and we have mentor, mentee, and there are already conversations around like, you are students and we are here to kind of like impart knowledge to you. And only now, there was a sir that spoke, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you just said that this is also an opportunity for our mentors, in a sense, to learn from us how to change frameworks, change approaches to methodologies and so forth. And I think the dynamics of power in this space need to be considered, like in our engagements, in our outputs, in what we're expected to do. How far are we able as fellows to say, this is not how I would like to participate, and this is what I have to offer in terms of how I approach my work and the worldview or the world sense from which I come from. So I guess I'm just putting it out there about how we negotiate power dynamics and how that starts here in the workshop before we even move out into doing any kind of field work. Because this, I feel, should be a space of co-learning before we even arrive at the point where we are researching and co-learning within communities. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci. Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It takes us back. The question that provoked this discussion was what counts as legitimate knowledge.
And I want to appreciate everyone who has made a contribution to that discussion. I just want to say that, you know, when we speak about the philosophy of education, we are asking a fundamental question. Why do we educate? For what purpose? What is the objective of one educating the other? When we get to understand that, we will understand that when the colonialists came to the African continent, their education, which in fact must be appropriately called miseducation, was meant to weaken the African people. It was meant to turn us into servants. It was meant to turn us into zombies. It was meant to turn us into mimics. It was meant to think that when you speak French or when you speak English, you are intelligent. And that a person who speaks Fong and a person who speaks isiXhosa and isiZulu is stupid. And I got excited here when I was listening to some sisters from Zimbabwe saying that they were teaching Kiswahili. If Africans were not reluctant and had moved in getting a continental African languages, we would not be having the struggle that we're having right now. Why is it that we as African people here must be translated and interpreted into from English to French and French into English and all that vice versa? A minority white people comes here and they expect a quarter of an African or a third on African continent to speak French and another third to speak English, another third to speak Portuguese. And when we go to their countries, we are forced by all circumstances to speak their languages. But then when they come to us, still we must speak their languages. So this miseducation that we're subjected to is basically meant to do. And Frantz Fanon says this. Frantz Fanon says the most people who have a deep sense of inferiority complex are the so-called educated Negroes. They have a deep sense of inferiority complex because what they want to do is that they want to speak French through their noses. They want to eat with a fork and knife. They want to wear a suit and a tie, because the measurement of dignity and respectability is wearing a suit and a tie and a Western European dress. And so, as I step down, program director, the question that was asked earlier on, and it was the sister that spoke before me, and raising the question, because language is not merely about grammar, it's about conceptualization. Once you decide to name an issue, you begin to dominate. If you speak integration, it means that the very foundation of education is European, is Western, and us African people fit in what already exists. In fact, that's not even integration, it is assimilation. Let me stop.
This is also emotional. Hein? C'est bien la discussion. Je pense que nous allons nous arrêter là. Sinon, vous allez... hein? On ne va pas finir aujourd'hui. Hein? Je pense qu'on va terminer comme ça. Et je demande d'applaudir très fort cette équipe et toute l'Assemblée. Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci pour vos contributions. Nous avons beaucoup apprécié ces contributions-là. OK. Merci. Professor Amy, you have the floor.
Thank you, thank you. You can join your spaces. No, please. I want to go safely in my room today, so let's have the gifts, please.
And I would like to call here Professor Anne.
Un mentor n'est pas là. Donc, du coup, on va aller directement à la remise des cadeaux. Oli. J'ai l'impression qu'ils sont un peu. On va arrêter. We'll stop the distribution of gifts because you look very tired and so. Vous pouvez applaudir un peu? Ah, on continue. Donc, soyez là. Applaudissez. Léato? Ronan? Il devait en avoir deux, puisqu'il est le seul homme dans le groupe. On parle d'inégalité. You must have two voters because you're the only. Beaucoup mis. Oh. Bon, bah, vous allez prendre une photo de groupe peut-être avec, non, avec Thierry, puisque le mentor n'est pas là. On s'adapte. C'est bien. Comme ça, tu vas venir en renfort à... Très bien. Merci beaucoup. Applaudissez un peu. Mansour, il faut mettre de la musique, au moins ils vont se réveiller. Bassiro, il faut mettre de la musique, ils vont se réveiller. Ça, c'est pas possible.
So thank you. It's 4:30 and it's 4:30 and we are at the end of our day. At the right time, your attention, please. Okay, thank you. So this was the last group of the day, and tomorrow we'll continue in the morning with the other 4 groups. Hopefully, we'll have water bottles left. We'll check and let you know. 2 quick things before we close for today. The first thing, someone lost her or his room card. So if you lost your room card, come and see us. You can see Berta, but then you have to prove it's your room card. So we'll go in the room with you and check if it's your stuff in the room, okay? Second thing, I wanted to also ask to Prof. Sesanti group to stay behind when we close. We want to miseducate them. So we just have something to share with you. If you want to join them, you are welcome to join them. But I have a good surprise for you, Prof. Sesanti. Not the group, but Prof. Sesanti. Anyway, thank you for today. I think we had a great day. We learned a lot with the group's presentations, and we'll continue and end that tomorrow. But I don't know if I should say it's a good thing, a great thing, or a sad thing, but tomorrow is the last day. So depending on how, what you have experienced since last week, you'll be excited or you'll be sad. So we'll see. So tomorrow is the last day. Wear your best clothes to come, be happy, be joyous. We want to be a lot of joy on your face. We will also have tomorrow afternoon the keynotes, the keynote speech from Professor Anidoho. So we are looking forward to it. And it will be, no, I won't say anything. It will be a surprise. So thank you very much and have a nice evening. See you tomorrow. Do not forget to leave your headset on the table.
Yomi nekk bitim réew man mi loo maa ngi ñaan ak loo ko mënta am ak loo ko mën mel bul fàtte Afrika. Ici ou ailleurs, la fée brille du bonheur, même si le ciel pleuvait, luttons pour nos frères. Kon jàmmu Afrika moom lay ñaan. Man de jàmmu Afrika mooy suñu naataange.